Last call for public comment, if you want to sign up.
Good evening and welcome to the City of Hampton Mayor and City Council regular session for June the 9th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. held here in the council chamber at City Hall, 17 East Main Street, Southampton, Georgia 30228. At this time, I will call the meeting to order. We will have invocation by Councilmember Meeks as as Pastor Herman Mason. His mother passed, and we're asking that everybody will lift him up in prayer in the Southside Christian Fellowship Church.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you with grateful hearts. We're very thankful that we enjoy so many liberties as American citizens. We're grateful for those that we commemorated just a short while ago that gave the last full measure of devotion that we might enjoy these liberties. And we're thankful that the next time we come together in a regular meeting, our nation will be 250 years old.
Yes.
We're thankful that you've allowed us, this nation, to exist this long. It's not been perfect. It's not been easy. Lord, we're even going to celebrate Juneteenth coming up on June the 19th, a great moment in our nation's history. And we ask that you would help us all to remember the past so that we might have a brighter and better future. Give us, I pray, wisdom, discernment, discretion as we meet. Help us to do everything decently and in order. And may you be pleased with the events tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving on to agenda item 2, presentation and approval of city council agenda. Agenda item 2A, regular session meeting agenda for June the 9th, 2026. Councilmember Meeks, can I get a motion to approve the agenda as published?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Meeks approved the agenda for June the 9th as published. Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Cheney. All in favor? All opposed? I have a 6-0. Moving on to agenda item 3, presentation and approval of city council minutes. Special call meeting minutes, January the 28th, 2026. Councilmember Mitchell, can I get a motion to approve or to deny?
I made a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Councilmember Mitchell to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Meeks to approve the January 28th, 2026. Any discussion from the council? Any discussion from the public? All in favor? I have a 6-0. Agenda item 3B, the work session minutes, April the 14th, 2026. Councilmember Cheney, can I get a motion to approve or to deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Councilmember Cheney to approve. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Mitchell. All in favor? All opposed? I have a 4-2. Can I, presentation and approval for, regular meeting minutes for April the 14th, 2026. Councilmember White Williams, can I get a motion to approve or to deny?
So move.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember White Williams. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Meeks. All in favor? I have a 6-0. The retreat minutes for April the 17th through the 19th of 2026. Councilmember Mitchell, can I get a motion to approve?
So move.
I have a motion by Councilmember Mitchell to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Cheney. Any discussion from the council? Any discussion from the public? All in favor? All opposed?
I'm abstaining, I wasn't there.
Okay. You're opposed?
I'll abstain too.
Okay. So I have a 4 with 2 abstentions for reason of being absent. Special call meeting minutes for May the 7th, 2026. Councilmember Meeks.
May the 7th,
May the 7th,
I'm going to approve the minutes from May the 7th, 2026.
with Councilmember Meeks for approval for the May 7th, 2026. Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember White Williams. Discussion from the council. Discussion from the public. All in favor? All opposed? Ms. Councilmember Brooks, did you? I have a 6-0. Moving on to agenda item 3F, the regular meeting minutes for May the 12th, 2026. Councilmember Meeks, can I get a motion to approve?
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the minutes from May the 12th, 2026, with the exception that line 177 be amended to reflect that Councilmember Mitchell was made the chair of the Admin and Finance Committee, not myself.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Meeks with the amendment to line item 117 to amend the name
177.
177
Yes, ma'am.
to amend the minutes to reflect that the name should reflect Councilmember Mitchell. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a second by Councilmember Cheney. Discussion from the council? Discussion from the public? All in favor? All, I have a 6-0. Agenda item 4, acknowledgement of guest proclamations and flags. For A, recognition, so tonight we're going to skip agenda item A, as our finance director is not here. We would like for him to be here when we actually present the CAFR award. So we will move to agenda item 4B, presentation by Lisa DeWuda of CASA, the court-appointed special advocate. Did I say it wrong? DeWuda.
Dowd. I said it wrong
Thank
too.
you.
Miss Lisa, if you'll come forward, she's with CASA, the Court Appointed Special Advocates Group, and she just wanted to share what they're doing here in Henry County.
Okay.
Ma'am?
Okay. Thank you for this time. CASA is pretty new to Henry County. We're the 159th county of 159 counties in Georgia to adopt the program, but it's been around since 1977. So it's a program where we advocate for children in foster care. We do that through the juvenile court system. So it is a very stringent process. We take volunteers from the community. We're volunteer-based. So we take anyone who's interested and has a heart for children to visit with the children, to do all the things that, to ensure that their best interests are served. And we report to the judge and to the court so that they understand what's best for the child, so that when they're making decisions on whether a child should go home, whether they should go with family members, or whether they should be adopted by a perfect stranger, that they've made that based on the best information set forth for them to decide. So I do have a video that I'd like to share with you guys. It's comprised of our board chair and a couple of our volunteers. That's the wrong one. Can we do the other one? There were 2 on there. Okay, it's fine. So this is one that was developed by National CASA. So every CASA program is an affiliate of the state in which they're in, but then we all roll up to National CASA. So this is a video that they developed. So if you want to go ahead and share that.
There are over 400,000 children in foster care in the United States, and most have experienced abuse or neglect. A third of them will be homeless 18 months after aging out of care. And they typically experience multiple school changes, from elementary school to high school, with nearly half dropping out of school entirely. But you can rewrite that story. Children and youth with CASA and GAL volunteers are more likely to find safe, permanent homes, more likely to succeed in school, and most importantly, experience significantly higher levels of hope. Change a child's story. Become a CASA or GAL volunteer today, because children in foster care need someone fighting for their best interests. You'll be provided with all the training and support you need to perform your advocacy role. You'll spend time with a child in foster care, learning about their lives, their hopes, their dreams. You'll be a consistent presence who cares, listens, and stands by them. Someone who speaks for them when they can't speak for themselves. You'll meet with the people in their lives, parents and foster parents, family members, teachers, doctors, neighbors, social workers, attorneys, and therapists to ensure the child's needs are being met. And because the judge needs to know the child to assess the situation, you'll share what you've learned with the court so the judge can make the most informed decisions and the child's voice can be heard. Your advocacy will help the child heal and thrive. Just a few hours a week can have a lifetime of impact.
Thank you. So why am I here? I'm here because I want you to understand that we have probably 90 to 100 children in foster care in Henry County, which is surprisingly low for the size of the county. We're not sure, and we're digging into why. Is that superficially low, or is that realistically what it is? We need volunteers to help these children. They're our children. They're from our community. All of the children that we serve come from Henry County. They may be placed in other counties, but they are from this county. So whether you birth them or not, they're still our children. And so what we are wanting to do is partner, and I feel bad because I'm turned to all of you, but what we really want to do is partner with our community to serve these children, making sure that they feel seen, that they feel heard, that their needs are understood and met. And we can't do it without the help of everyone. So I'm going around to every city, explaining who we are and what we do in hopes of raising awareness, raising support, whether you can serve as a volunteer or whether you choose to just serve as an ambassador, whether you choose to donate, whatever it is that you can do, we need you. So that is it. Does anyone have any questions for me?
How do we find you?
I have some brochures, but we are at henrycasa.org. That's our website. There is a link for you to volunteer if you'd like, or you can just call us. You can reach out and email, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. It is a one-person show right now, so I'm it. So I will answer your calls. Yes, ma'am.
What is the process? Is there some sort of background check? Like what happens?
Yes, so because we're dealing with children, we do vet every volunteer very carefully. We have 2 steps of fingerprinting. We do it with our local police department, and then we do one with the Georgia Application Processing System, which is geared towards working directly with children. So it's more stringent. And then we do we have a training program that is a national curriculum. And then there's court observations. Once all of that's done, people are appointed to their case and they begin to work their case.
Thank you, Ms. Lisa.
You're welcome.
Yes. Moving on to agenda item 4C, the branding presentation by Jason Orme of Design Club and Jazz Firm. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm great. Thanks for having me. It's so nice to meet you all and be here. Thanks, Errol, for the invitation. I'm here to just simply introduce me and my firm, which is called Proper. Me and my business partner have a brand identity studio based in Atlanta. And as we've gotten to know more about the city of Hampton and some of the recent brand efforts that have gone on, there's been an invitation to come and share a little bit about our process and our way of thinking of brand philosophy. So I've got a few slides that I can talk through, but the idea here is that if you want to, this is the best way to do it. Great, awesome. So by way of introduction, Design Club Jazz Firm is a simple, silly way that we talk about ourselves to just make it understood that we're a boutique, relationship-oriented outfit, that we're here to make it feel like jazz when you're working with us, meaning that it's completely collaborative and expert driven results, but also that it feels very effortless, it feels very inevitable, it feels very intuitive. So the power of brand is not simply saying that we need a logo that we slap on top of things, but brand is more about the identity of a place or an organization or a company. So instead of thinking about it as a logo, we think about it as what's the essence or the value that a city or a company or an organization provides. And so some of these slides are a little off, but I'll talk through the idea that if we have a brand, then we're able to, if we understand what that brand wants to be, the essence of the city or the organization, then we can reflect that through our logo. So the outcome or the expression of our brand starts in meaningfully defined understanding of what the city offers. And so a powerful brand will allow for civic pride, will allow for a clear economic engine to happen. There's proof that clear identities will help capture more local spending. So if there's reason to gather and be championing a certain story or brand narrative, then it increases the economic viability of a city. So brand answers these kinds of questions before it ever creates a logo. Who are we? Why are we unique? Why should somebody care about coming to live here or set up a business here versus other places in Henry County or other towns around Atlanta? Who are our audiences and why should they care? So the citizens that live here, the students that go to school here, the visitors that want to come and experience our town, the business community. So we're much more than just creating a pretty logo. We're more about what's the story that needs to be captured. And there's efficiencies that are created with a good brand. So instead of solving for all of these unique parts of a city, like the public works or the parks and rec or police and fire, so a good brand is going to enable us to solve and determine how to actually effectively create each of those entities. And a brand is multiple parts make up a brand. So the toolkit that we have at our disposal is not just a logo, but also colors and fonts and photography, so that we have a kit of parts to help efficiently drive the next touch point that needs to be created or designed. So like the banners on a streetscape or the signage in the community or the website. So each of those things aren't recreating the wheel, but rather driven by our identity, our visual identity. And so I've already spoken to most of this and it's a little off, so sorry about that. And I think one of the things I wanted to mention is where cities or organizations can go wrong. So a lot of times a organization will just want to do the graphic design exercise of creating a logo, but it doesn't have that brand story or strategy to back it up. A lot of times there's disparate design expression, so each department creates their own logo or each entity creates its own logo rather than a cohesive set. A lot of times design is created by a vast committee vote rather than a handful of chosen committee team experts and input from the greater community to inform the good work that needs to be done. And then the typical way that we think about going about getting to the story that we need to use, the brand strategy that we need to use, is to really embed ourselves in the community. So from a process standpoint, we do take input from the community. We do come and visit the community. We do think about focus groups and stakeholder interviews to make sure that all voices are represented and that the story that we want to create is true and represented. So the typical range for brand projects, if you're doing brand strategy and identity and thinking about gateway signage and murals and wayfinding and all the things that you need, there's a range of scope of $50,000 to $125,000 depending on how deep and how wide you're going to go in each of those areas. And so based on the depth and breadth of the work, the timeline can range from 30 weeks to 40 weeks depending on how deep and wide we go in any of those areas. So in short, the way we think about a brand is it's not going to be a layer that is put on top of the city to make the city great, but this town is already great and we're polishing what's great about it and bringing it to the surface to tell that story. So Hampton has a really strong statistics, fundamentals about average income earning and home ownership, and there's so much of a community pride that's already here. So what we want to do is draw that out and be able to express that through a brand system. So happy to answer any questions or follow-up conversations about process and timing and things of that nature if it's something that's of interest.
Thank you so much, Jason. Any questions from the council?
Is there a website that we can see some of your work
Yes,
that you've
absolutely.
previously done?
Yes, so our URL is proper, PROPER, ATL.com.
Any other questions from the council? Any discussion from the public? Councilmember Brooks?
I do have a question. Thank you for your presentation. The purpose of you presenting to us tonight, is that for us to make a decision about his company, or is it just
Presentation.
presentation? Okay, all right, that's all I had.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Moving on to agenda item 5, which is public comments. Michelle?
Thank you for being here. Public comment is now open to residents of the city of Hampton, to those who own businesses physically located within the city, and to those who own property directly impacted by a matter on tonight's agenda. Speakers may address any item on the agenda or any matter over which this governing body has jurisdiction. We ask that each speaker maintain a civil demeanor and refrain from personal attacks toward members of the governing body. Under section 246(8), all council members are required to conduct themselves in a professional and respectful manner. All remarks must be directed to the mayor and not to an individual council member, staff member, or citizens in attendance. Personal remarks are inappropriate. Council members may not speak until they are recognized by the mayor, and all comments must address the motion currently under discussion. The mayor is responsible for enforcing the rules of this forum. If a council member believes a rule has been broken, a point of order may be raised, and a second is not required. The mayor may rule on the point, or allow the council to debate the issue and decide by majority vote. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. When you approach the podium, please state your name for the record. We appreciate your participation in local government and your
Okay, so first we have is Debbie Palmer.
Good evening, Miss Debbie.
Well, you kind of knocked the wind out of me about Dr. Mason. Dr. Mason, that's who my grandson Mason's named after. She was a professor at Mercer. So it's kind of thrown me off a little bit. But I've been thinking about some of how this council's operating. We don't need this. If you want to keep on keeping something going, do your letter of resignation. Let me tell you something. We, the taxpayer, pay you. You work for us. I don't think we're getting our money's worth. We're not getting anything done up here at the city. And while you're blaming somebody, one person for breaking the law, you breaking the law too. I just want to give you something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Huh? No, it's the law. It's about stalking. Recently, I came to a meeting up here, a special call meeting, where there was a question about a vehicle. And it was testified that some of you went to the police chief's house. This was on the minutes. I don't know how you got his address. If he didn't give it to you, then you got it either through your work, which is an ethics violation, or from another phase. I work in the school, and I have parents that say, call me. And I'll say, well, give me your number. Well, you can get it off there. No, I can't. That's ethics. It was stated that the person drove by the house, come back up by the house, and was looking. You didn't do it one time, you did it twice. That's stalking. I have been stalked before. I know the stalking law. That's a violation. That's illegal. When you do it, you're wrong. And if you can't work and get along and do something for this city, then you need to remove yourself. We won't be mad at you. We're proud that you put your name on the ballot to run. But I am mad, and I don't like it, that you don't want to work together and get something going for this city. The teen council needs to be squashed this year. None of you have the concerns and the needs, and I wouldn't want my child to be up and under y'all for how you do. You're not teaching them anything. You're teaching them how to fuss and fight. They get that out there at school. They understand that. But then, one more thing I want to bring up. A person said, I wanted to fire the police chief. I want to fire you all. Can I do it? I'm going to the Capitol next week, and I'm going to meet with somebody, and I'm going to find out, are you going to get it together? So you need to tell the city, the citizens, we pay your salary. Get up and walk out and save your reputation, other than we're the citizens are going to come after you.
I'm sorry.
Somebody's got to take the high road.
Thank you, Ms. Palmer. Thank you. Next part, excuse me. No clapping.
I'm going to have to leave because I'm going to go and...
See about Ms. Mason. Yes, sir. Next person on the agenda,
Mr. Devlin Cleveland.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
good evening.
These questions are for the mayor. We had an ethics complaint, and you had to leave. I was made to come to the ethics complaint, but you was allowed to leave. To my understanding, you left to be with Willie Turner at your clubhouse to watch the meeting. So I'm gonna ask you the questions that I wanted to ask you the night of the ethics meeting. Did you receive the initial complaint involving the city manager before notifying the council? Did you involve human resources before initiating action? Why was human resources excluded? Did the council approve a suspension on April 14th, 2025? Were restrictions imposed regarding city property and the city equipment? Did the council authorize 1 day exception for the vehicle? Did you later allow the city manager to retain the vehicle? Did you inform the council of that decision? Did you obtain additional council approval before doing so? Do you acknowledge the council members that it was a bad judgment call? Was council members told the vehicle was secured in the city limits? Was that information accurate? Did you, Mayor Tarpley, instruct Chief Turner on how to respond if council members asked about the vehicle's location? Was a disciplinary action form created contemporaneously with the council's action? Why was human resources not maintaining the disciplinary record? Why did the city initially report no responsive documentation existed? Can you produce the original executed disciplinary document today? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cleveland. Next.
The next person is Ms. Lisa May.
Hello, Ms.
Good
May.
evening, Mayor, council members. My name on record is Lisa May, and I'm the owner of 1181 Warm Spring Court in Hampton. I have been a homeowner since January 9th of 2009. I have been in the state of Georgia for almost 20 years and have lived at that house going on 18 years. If you have not known, Mayor, of the incident that happened on the evening of Sunday, May 24th, I suggest that you contact the police chief or Detective Mulder. The house across the street from me was shot up with AK-47s and had over 30 shots of gunfire. My neighbor across the street, Miranda Baxter, was on a cruise. There were gunshots that ricocheted off of the car and went through her garage, went through her husband's car, and into her living room. I was here in the city of Hampton when there were no other houses in my development. I watched the housing market plummet, and I have invested every single penny that I could have to improve not only my property, but my neighbors. I'm here to put it, the only reason I haven't gone to Channel 2 News is because I wanted to give the council the benefit of making sure that it is on record that this activity happened and it's not going to be tolerated. There have been too many homes in not only this cobblestone region, but in the city of Hampton that have been taken over by rental properties and project management companies, and it has to end. Not one single person better knock on my door asking for their vote if this is not rectified before the next election season. This is not tolerated. I look out my office window and I see people with ankle monitors. Now, of course, people have the entitlement to have a second chance. But this house, this rental property has been a problem since the people moved in. And we are tired of it. We're tired of it. I established the bus routes for my son to go to school. I've been the only person I'm one of the oldest homeowners when there were no homes. And I expect, I know cases aren't solved overnight, but what I am asking, and I'm thankful for the chief for additional law enforcement surveillance in the neighborhood before this incident and after this incident, but something has to be done with the amount of rental homes in the city of Hampton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Esma Oliver. Next, we have Ms. Sheila. I don't know, I can't read the right and the last name. It starts with a C.
Is that me, Clark?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Mayor, council members. My name is Sheila Clark, 100 Southampton Road. I'm proud of you. What bothers some of us here in the city of Hampton is the chaos. It's not abnormal to have chaos amongst work. Get behind the door, close the door, hash it out. But when you come out of that room and those doors open and you are here to represent, it should be a level of cohesiveness and teamwork. And that's not what we're seeing. We need your help. We need it. Please come together. Don't make it personal. Thank you.
Thank you. No.
Next, we have Everett. The next person we have is Everett Hooper.
Mr. Hooper?
Yes, hello everyone, Mayor, Councilman, council members. Well, what I got to say is, doesn't seem to be as heavy as all that, but it's my concern. So it's just a simple matter of down on my street, Revere Way, when the lights go out, we're always the last one that the lights come back on, and I can never get anybody that can help me with the situation. We need somebody that we can call and talk to about that situation. So I just really would like for y'all to come up with a way that somebody that would be responsive, you know. I'll give an example. I've been living in Hampton for quite some time. Lived in Clayton County, Hampton, before I moved here in 2009. I live in, I've been over there since 2009. So in Clayton County, Hampton, we're at Central Georgia EMC. When the lights go out, you call them. They can tell you almost to the second when they're gonna put those lights back on. And I just need to know sometime. They've been off 11 hours before. So that's all I got to say.
I need you to,
Give you the address.
yes, full name and your address.
Everett Hooper, 928 Revere Way.
928. Okay. Yeah. All right. So what I'm going to have you speak with Chief Turner and Mr. Alton West on the back. We need to definitely get you some contact numbers that you're able to reach someone, because we definitely do not want your power to be out that long. Yes.
Okay.
Please, yes.
Thank you.
Is it Miss Lisa?
Yes.
Can you give me the date that this incident occurred again?
She said May the 24th.
24 into the morning of Monday, the next day,
And,
Memorial Day.
And what subdivision are you in?
Cobblestone Ridge, and the house in question is 1153 Pebble Ridge Road.
Okay.
Thank you. That was the last person for public comments? All right. Thank you guys so very much for sharing your concerns. We want to make sure that we take care of everything that we, what do you,
She thought she had, when she came to the special call meeting, she would be allowed to speak and forgot to put her name on the list.
who?
Miss Sutherland.
Oh, Kendra, come on, come to the podium.
Sorry.
Good evening, Madam
Good-
Mayor.
good
Good
evening.
evening, Council. I wanted to just comment on the gas station ordinance. It was my understanding when I spoke about it on the hearing a few weeks ago, I thought that one of the main concerns for doing the moratorium was oversaturation, just too many gas stations, a concern around that. And so I thought that the new ordinance would address that a little bit more. It looks like the new ordinance has a requirement now for a conditional use. So anytime a new gas station is proposed, it will need to come before council, which is awesome. That's a great step, I think, in the right direction. What I'm concerned about is that the limit is still 1 mile between each gas station, and there's a loophole. So if you have a gas station, I'm not sure if it's clear that if it's on the opposite side of the road, if it doesn't count. You know what I mean? Like if you go 1 mile and it's just across the road, I don't think it's one side. So you could have 2 gas stations within 1 mile of each other if it's just on the other side of the road. So I think that's a loophole. I also think there's another loophole where if it's a 10-acre retail site, you can add one there. And my concern is we're a town at this point of 9,300 some odd citizens. And we have about 14 gas stations within about 1 mile of the city limits, from what I could tell. And that's, if we were to go by the national average of how many gas stations you need per kind of population, it's around 2,000. So 1 gas station per 2,000 people. So if we bump up our population to 10,000 people, we should probably have around 5. So why do we have 14? And my concern is living right across from a gas station, I'm very familiar with, the fumes that you get. These are establishments that are a necessary need for our communities, there's no question. However, do they really bring much to our communities in the way of, community activity, people getting together, doing things? It's a necessary need for our society, but let's be honest, going forward, we're going through this gas crisis. The future of electric vehicles is rapidly approaching. How many gas stations do we really want to use up all our real estate to house? And so I personally would really like to see, rather than put the onus on the citizens to come comment every time we have another gas station, we got to come here and fight it, if we don't want it. I would love to see a policy and an ordinance that truly puts the onus, if someone really believes Hampton needs another gas station, it should be on them to present a market study. So we make a requirement that they have to present a market study justifying the need for a gas station. Okay, well, and I think we should increase it to 2 miles.
Thank you, Kenda.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
there's a few other recommendations that I'll email you, but that
Thank
way we can trust that the ordinance will respect our needs.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I answer one of her questions first?
No, we'll go into,
Okay.
when we go into session, it's a section here. All right, that's the closing of our public comments. No, we're gonna close public comments. Appointments, agenda item 6A, consideration and action to approve resolution 2026-39, Hampton Development Authority appointment. We have Councilmember Brooks is appointing Serena Daniels, and Councilmember Mitchell is appointing Eugene Hope. Can I get a motion to approve resolution, Councilmember Mitchell, can I get a motion to approve resolution 2026-39?
So move.
I have a motion by Councilmember Mitchell. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Cheney to approve resolution 2026-39. I believe both of the candidates are in the audience this evening. Ms. Daniels, Can you raise your hand, stand? Yes, come on, just stand up, yes. Is it Mr. Holt? Mr. Holt not here?
Anniversary with his wife.
Okay, all right. So I have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion from the council? Any discussion from the public? All in favor?
Madam Mayor, I don't have a discussion, but I would just like to extend my gratitude and thanks to you, Ms. Daniel, for your willingness to serve the city. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? Oh, I got a motion, yeah. All opposed? I have a 6-0. Moving on to agenda item 6B, consideration and action on resolution 2026-40 to appointment of members of the Hampton Historic Preservation. Councilmember Cheney is appointing Ms. Kim Lund back to our Historic Preservation. Ms. Cheney, can I get a motion to approve resolution 2026-40?
Yes, I make a motion to approve 2026.40.
Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Meeks. Any discussion from the council?
Just a comment. I will appoint my one next month.
You appoint, okay.
Next month.
All right. Any discussion from the public? All in favor? I have a 6-0. Agenda item 6C, consideration and action to approve resolution 2026-44, the Downtown Development Authority. Councilmember Cheney appoints is Mr. Clyde King. Councilmember Mitchell appointment is Gloria Holt. Myself appointment is Ms. Kim Boatman, and for the council representation is Councilmember Errol Mitchell. I need a motion, Mr. Mitchell, to approve resolution 2026-44.
So move.
I have a motion to approve resolution 2026-44 by Councilmember Mitchell. Second, by, do I have a second?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that,
Second.
okay.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we discuss the appointment of Councilmember Mitchell as the council liaison.
Okay. So I have a motion on the floor to approve resolution 2026-44 by Councilmember Mitchell and a second by Councilmember Meeks. Discussion from the council.
Yes. So, according to the Georgia law, Michelle, can you open up that presentation? And it's the folder that says DDA.
Madam Mayor, I have a question. Once Councilwoman White finishes.
Okay, can you scroll down? So in the highlighted section, this is according to Georgia law. The term of a director who's also a member of the governing body of a municipal corporation shall end when such director is no longer a member of the governing body of the governing body of the municipal corporation. If at the end of any term of office, any director, a successor to such director has not been elected, the director whose term of office has expired shall continue to hold office until a successor is elected. I had a conversation with the city attorney regarding the highlighted section. So according to this, because I have been the council liaison for the DDA, and also I was appointed to the DDA before I became a council member. According to this, I cannot be removed from the DDA because I'm still a part of the governing body. So I don't know if Mr. Mitchell's appointment as the DDA, the council liaison for the DDA, is legal because we cannot have two members of council serve on one board.
Councilmember Brooks?
Yes. I'm looking here where Councilmember Cheney and Mitchell both, I'm just wondering, how does this work? We have a DDA, we have a chairperson of the DDA. Who actually, when will I know it's time to make an appointment? I just need to be educated on how that works.
Everybody was notified on these appointments. Everyone that was supposed to appoint someone was notified that they had an appointment to make on these boards. You are saying you didn't get that a notification?
I don't recall getting it,
Neither
but
did I.
I'm not saying,
you're not.
To the whole government body.
What do you mean, I'm not, I've never been able
so
to.
I still have one that I
What do you
can
mean,
make
I'm
to the
not,
DDA.
I've never been able
Yes.
to appoint anybody, so what do you mean I'm not?
Hold on,
Okay,
hold on.
I think I got my clarification. According to Clerk Michelle, I still have the opportunity to make an appointment to the DDA. That's all I need to know.
I'd like to know, because this is
I
my
haven't
third,
given you the
this is
floor,
my third
Councilmember
year
DeShane.
on the council, and I
given you
haven't
the
been able,
floor.
ever been able.
Appoint somebody, so I'm just wondering.
Councilmember DeShane. Go ahead.
I said, this is my third year on council, and I've never been able to make an appointment to this board, so I'm just wondering when I get to make an appointment to this board. As well as, I think the last time when you appointed Councilmember Mitchell and Councilmember Cheney to the committee, Councilmember White Williams asked you when myself or Councilmember Brooks would get the opportunity to serve on a board, and you said the next time. But the next time have come, and once again, Councilmember Mitchell is serving on that board, but obviously Councilmember White Williams is still serving. So I'm just wondering, when do I get a chance, since this is my third year?
So, council members that are currently in office and that have 2 years have their people sitting on the board already. Everybody goes through an up and down vote. Names are turned in. It's not specific to a council member. Council members just turn in their names and it goes through an up and down vote. So the individuals that, just like we were just talking about Councilmember Brooks, she will have an opportunity to submit a name because she is new on the council this year. So everybody's terms runs with a particular council member, okay? So it was 4 of us that got re-elected or got elected this time. So there was 4 appointment, 4 people that came on, 4 that we will be coming off, and or they were reappointed. So Councilmember DeShane's person has been on the council since she has been on the council. How they got on it was through an up and down vote right here in this council chamber.
Could you tell
Or
me
the,
who was my person?
well,
who
not
did
your
it?
person. What I mean is the seat that would run with your seat, concurrent with your seat, because we go through an up and down vote. Now, yes, go ahead, Councilmember White Williams.
So when I was appointed to the DDA, I came on in 2023, and the whole board was appointed that night. So Councilwoman Duchenne wasn't on council, so the old council appointed the 7 members to the DDA that night. She has not appointed anyone unless somehow she took one of the former council members' appointee.
I was gonna say, that's not accurate, because every time there is an empty seat, the Main Street Director would come to us and say, we have an empty seat. Council would be notified that there is an empty seat. Do you know anybody that would like to serve? Send their names in, tell us about it. We're gonna put them up for a vote to serve in that seat. So that is how we would continue to restore our boards and do our boards. Any other discussion about this resolution 2026-44?
Yes, because when I did try to appoint Ms. Cheney twice during that time, you
She
told me.
was not voted in.
Right.
Exactly. It's an up or down vote.
Because she was never allowed to be voted on. So I have never been able to put a name of a person to be considered. So I have never had a
So
representation
guys,
for my
anytime the
perspective.
names come in, we put them in. As they come in, we put them in. We vote on them like they come in. It's simple. As it come in, that's how we vote on them. Once we get full, we are full. We have the representation needed. That is the reason
Excuse me,
Ms.
now,
Cheney.
can you all,
Ms. Cheney did
those,
not get an up or down vote. She was never voted on because we were full at that point in time. So, any other discussion?
Yes, I would like for us to go back and discuss what was actually in our packet provided by the clerk, the information that I just read, and I'll read it again. The term of a director who's also a member of the governing body of a municipal corporation shall end when such director is no longer a member of the governing body of the municipal corporation. So, to move forward with the vote to put Mr. Mitchell in this as the council rep would be invalid.
Councilmember White Williams, your term is up. It has been up.
I am still a part of the governing body.
Were you appointed?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I may,
Yes.
the term of a director who is also a member of the governing body of a municipal corporation shall end when such a director is no longer a member of the governing body of the municipal corporation. I believe this, and I'm not an attorney, but I believe this refers to if that person leaves office, they're no longer on the DDA.
Exactly. And because
Okay.
I still have
And
all of this year
here,
and next year.
311G in the charter says all board members serve at will and may be removed at any time by vote of 4 members of the city council unless otherwise provided by law.
But
And I think that's ambiguous.
Yeah.
And I can understand
Okay,
your point of view.
I have Attorney Washington. Can you chime in here? Because this is state law. This is not, and state law supersedes charter.
It's
Yeah,
ambiguous.
it's my understanding of both your ordinance and the state law that what you said is correct, that the city council appointed director on the DDA holds that office until they no longer have, are no longer in office. So they don't fall into the same category as other directors where they have a 4-year term.
Attorney
The
Washington,
Yes.
is this your legal opinion or is this just your opinion?
It's my legal opinion.
Okay,
I'm here
can
for-
you tell me if
I'm-
Councilmember White Williams was never appointed as the liaison between the council
Yes,
according
she
to the
was.
Downtown Development Authorities, the Downtown Development Authorities, bylaws and charter, does this still apply to her? She was appointed prior to, before she was on the council, not as the council's liaison.
You appointed me as the council liaison,
Yes, you
Mayor.
did.
You
In
told
20
me
in 24.
that when I ran, Charlie Varner and I were both on the DDA. We both ran for council. I won. Willie Turner was the council liaison. He never came to a DDA meeting. You told me, and it could be in the minutes, that I would remain as the council liaison once I was sworn in as a council member.
And she said that in January of 2024, when she was making the board appointments, she said that you were an appointee, but since you are the council now, that you would be the council representative, since you were on the
Okay.
board.
So the council wishes to change their representation. That representation is
Attorney-
Councilmember Mitchell. That is who we would like to appoint to the Downtown Development Authority.
Attorney
I have a
Washington.
motion on, I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Mitchell and a second by Councilmember Meeks. Is there any discussion from the public? All in favor?
You had a discussion.
Oh, do you have this? Okay.
And I don't know if it's time, but I didn't want y'all to skip over it.
Yes.
So I'm gonna read this. My name is Joey Lewis. I'm the owner of Makers on Main in downtown Hampton. So, good evening, and this is not about removing her, so should I wait until you guys get to the other appointments? Or can I? So I'll read it now then. Good evening. I'm asking for clarification regarding the Downtown Development Authority appointments. Under Georgia law, OCGA 36427, DDA boards are required to include members who have a direct economic interest in the downtown development area, such as business owners, property owners, or individuals actively engaged in downtown redevelopment. The law also requires that the board maintain representation of those downtown stakeholders, no less than 4. Right now, we don't have any stakeholders on the DDA. With that in mind, I have several direct questions. First, are the individuals being appointed actual downtown stakeholders as defined by Georgia law? Meaning, do they own property or operate a business within the downtown development area? Second, were qualified downtown stakeholders, specifically business owners and property owners in the downtown district, identified and considered during this appointment process? Third, what specific criteria were used to determine that these appointments meet the statutory requirement of having an economic interest in downtown redevelopment? If downtown stakeholders were identified but not selected, what was the reason they were excluded? And finally, if individuals with direct downtown investment were not approached or considered, how does the city ensure compliance with OCGA 36427 in making these appointments? I'm asking for clear clarification on how these appointments meet the legal requirements set by the state of Georgia for downtown development authority boards. I brought this to you guys' attention November 2024.
Thank you, Joey. Attorney Washington.
2025, I'm sorry, November 2024.
Yes. I'm sorry?
Did you hear one of our residents, Mr. Joey Lewis? Did you write down her questions in regard, and so that we can make sure that we get her the answers that she needs?
Sure, I heard her questions, yes.
Do you have a response at this time?
Well, no, I need to look at it to see exactly who's on your board. I'm not familiar with the members of your board or whether or not they satisfy the necessary requirements. I need to take a look at that before I give you an informed decision.
All right, thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Mitchell and a second by Councilmember Meeks to approve Resolution 2026-44. All in favor?
Can I say that maybe we should table this till next month so he can give his opinion from reviewing what, who's on the board and what Ms. Joey said?
Maybe table the last section.
Yeah.
Go ahead with the other two appointees and table the last section.
Well, the other two appointees,
Huh?
she had asked about what, if those appointees have any business interest or whatever, so maybe we should table the whole thing until
All right.
the attorney can really provide a.
Councilmember Mitchell, do you want to rescind your motion?
I made a motion to rescind my motion.
All right, I rescind the motion. I need a motion to postpone Resolution 2026-44, the Downtown Development Authority appointee.
I make a motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember White Williams. All in favor to postpone to our July meeting? I have a 6, Ms. Councilmember Brooks, you raise your hand?
Yes.
I have a 6-0. Moving on to our youth council update. Do we have any youth council update? Seeing none, we'll move on to our city manager's update.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, citizens and staff members. I appreciate the opportunity to provide a brief update on the key city operations and priorities. First off, we'll start with personnel operations, and I would like to mention that sadly, we are losing Tiffany Dobbins. I'm going to ask you to stand up, Tiffany, so I can thoroughly embarrass you, to a private firm. As such, we appreciate all that she's done for the city, but we are actively interviewing this week for Planner 1 positions. And citywide, we have very few openings, and we're operationally sound. In the policy and governance category, a council directed resolution has been prepared to modernize our procurement policy, which was last updated in 2014, and this will be presented for the council consideration this evening. In the near term, we're working on presenting and finalizing the water rate study and an ordinance to adjust the water and sewer base rates, and a review of our agreement with the Henry County Police Department. In the legal field, we've received a service on a civil matter filed in Henry County Superior Court that has been forwarded to the attorneys for review. Economic development infrastructure, the staff continues to manage multiple projects associated with infrastructure needs such as water, stormwater, and reuse. Updates on agreements, easements, and related incentives will be brought forward as they progress. One item coming before you tonight will be Resolution 2026-41, related to an IGA with Spalding County Water Authority in the near term. An MOU for the Hampton Development Authority's consideration will be brought forward shortly. I also anticipate plan approvals for the master water meters at the Henderson Farm project once review has been made. Upcoming, we have numerous bid postings for pending issues under the updated procurement framework, recompetition of select professional services contracts under the updated procurement framework, and a continued focus on budget preparation and millage T-SPLOS 2 discussions with Henry County. Our focus stays on strong governance, transparency, and efficient service delivery for the citizens of Hampton. And now each department head will present an update for you. HR Director Atwater is out at training, so we'll catch up with her next month. And we'll begin with Chief Turner.
One second, Mr. Baker.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yes. Council have any questions?
I do have a question
Yes,
about
ma'am.
our bond, the stormwater and sewer, $4 million bond.
Yes, ma'am.
How are we paying? I know we've made, or have we made the first payment? And where are those funds coming from?
Yes, ma'am. Those payments have been made. I would need to confer with the Finance Director, find out where he's pulling those from.
Okay. So the Assistant Director, he's not aware, RJ?
Not familiar. Is RJ still here? While he comes in, do we have any
Okay.
other questions?
I do, I have,
Yes, ma'am.
but RJ behind you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I didn't hear the question.
The question was in regards to our bond for the stormwater infrastructure. We have been making payments. We would like to know, where are you making those payments from? What accounts? You know, where are we paying it out of?
There's a utilities sinking fund that I know of, and then there's a revenue account as well. It's got its own separate account, but that's all I know so far.
Utility, what kind of account?
It's a utilities bond account.
Oh, okay. And,
Mr. Forsyth would know more than I would.
okay.
But,
Utility bond account. Thank you, thank you.
yes.
I also have a couple of questions. I think I spoke with you on Friday in regards to the signage. You said that we were waiting on the procurement policy to get approved.
Yes, ma'am. That's part of the, for the upcoming, we have numerous bid postings that are available once we get the procurement policy squared away to go up and be posted.
Is there a reason why it can't go up underneath this procurement policy that we're currently working under?
Well, I hesitate with the opinion from the attorneys that we need to update it. I feel more comfortable with all these going out under the new policy.
So what if we don't pass the new policy?
Well, I guess
So
that's
we're
a
gonna
different
do-
discussion.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. The procurement policy is holding up us progressing and doing what we need to do in regards to putting out our bids.
Yes, ma'am.
So
After
I'm
the
trying to
previous
figure out
I'm sorry.
why are we not operating up under the policy that we've been operating under?
After the discussions that we had at the council retreat and previous discussions, and the concerns from the attorneys as the out of compliance with a number of different areas in the procurement policy, decided it would be prudent to wait until hopefully we have passage of that this evening.
Okay.
Mayor Topley, I have a question. We approved the fundings for the signage. So we didn't move forward with it after we approved the funding?
Don't believe, I'm not familiar with the approval of funding for the
Yes,
signage.
we did approve funding just for signage. We originally wanted to take it out of Splash, but we went to fund balance instead.
I believe that we weren't secure, I didn't have any bids per se on that one. So you approved an overarching funding not to exceed a certain amount, but I don't have bids to proceed with that. So there is, you're correct, there's funding on that, but I don't have any bids to apply to that funding, or if that's gonna need to be adjusted.
And the reason we don't have any bids is because we don't want to go by the procurement policy that's currently in place.
That's the hesitation right now, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell me, there has been not a stop work order, but there's been a delay in the park. I know that we didn't make payment. Can you tell me why wasn't payment made on time for that? And why did they stop? Is that the
For the
reason that they,
totality of the payment?
whatever
to
the
the-
last payment was that they didn't get paid on time? And I know they stopped, the work stopped, because I went by there every single day and nobody was showing up. I'm trying to figure out why.
Yes, the payment has, the final check has been issued to them and they picked it up last Friday.
Last Friday?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so they should be back on site getting it completed and done?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason why they had not been paid?
It was just going through the procurement policy to make sure where the payments were going to come from because there was a split payment from two separate funds. And Mr. Forsyth worked that out and presented a check, and that was Friday.
How long is that taking?
The,
How long was it before they submitted their invoice? How long was it before we paid them?
I would say a couple weeks, somewhere in that ball field. I'd have to check to make sure.
All right. That's all the questions that I have. Any other questions from the council?
Do we have a bid for a new finance advisor? Was that bid
This
closed?
is one of the bids. Yeah, there were several bids that were out that were closed, pulled based on a recommendation from the attorney. Several of those bids were pulled out and they're ready. The same framework's ready as, if we get approval on this tonight, they'll be posted tomorrow.
Hold on. The financial advisor was already posted, bidded on,
I have bids in hand, yes, ma'am.
closed on May the 1st, and why didn't we get all of the ones that put in their proposal?
That was based on, we had those closed out and they're assembled, but based on recommendation, that's where we held off on that. And I don't remember the
Based
exact
on
close
what
date on those.
recommendation?
From the legal.
What was the recommendation from legal? Why
Well,
was we
the
not?
part of this process that we've had questions on and everything from April on was where the professional services portion of the procurement policy as well as construction portion of the procurement
I
policy.
understand that, but I'm trying to figure out what does that have to do with the bids that we have that has been closed and you have and is ready to be awarded and for us to approve that award? Why
We
didn't
can
that come
proceed
back
if you would
before?
choose to, but the recommendation was ought to rebid those things.
Rebid them?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, moving on. Any questions, questions from the council?
How many bids did we receive? Do you recall?
I believe at least two, perhaps three.
Okay. And you can't disclose their names, the company's names?
I probably could. I can share those with you.
Okay, okay. But you can't share it tonight?
I don't have the bids in front of me. I know one of the companies that I don't want to denigrate any of the other two by not mentioning those also.
Okay, okay.
All right,
Thank you.
we're gonna have our police update now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council.
good evening.
Police update for the month of June. Next slide. Chief Bo, that's cute. The response time remained, y'all know we have a 5-minute goal, and I have slowly tasked Lieutenant Arnold and Captain Brownlee with us being under 4 minutes. They continue to hit that mark at 3 minutes and 28 seconds. A testament, that's really to them, not just to them, but to our entire staff, that is a point of contention and something we're very proud of. And I know I've shared in the past, but the national average is over 10 minutes. So from the time you first call a police officer to the time he gets there, it's important when you need them. So 3 minutes, 28 seconds was outstanding. The month of June, we had 827 contacts. That's everything from calls dispatched to anything that generated a case number. That could be a citation, it could be a report, a call for service. Out of that, we did have 3 complaints. One thing that, if you can go to the next slide, I think it's important to be transparent about that. We started, I think in October, started putting the complaints. There's a lot of months we have 0. There's some months we have, some that I think this is the first time since we've been doing it, we've had 1 sustained. But I think it's important to be transparent, not to just the mayor and council, but to the community, that we're gonna make mistakes. Our officers are not gonna be perfect, they're gonna make mistakes. While we can't get up and tell you the exact thing, I know that's something the city manager and I work with when we have one sustained, whether that is, whether it's done informally through the disciplinary process, or if it's done formally and they require other things. That's something that's important that we're honest about each month. So we'll continue to do that. Hopefully we won't have any sustained ones, but when we do, we'll take appropriate action. Next slide. Do want to cover this right here just as a public notice. We had over the last weekend several vehicles that were, I'm going to say broken into, but it was more rummaged through. One of the best things you can do is lock your vehicle. We noticed that most of the time when people hit an individual neighborhood or an area, they go around and just check car doors. If you leave anything of value laying out, that's usually what's taking. We ask that you secure all firearms outside the vehicle. When you go into your home, take the firearm with you. Continue to report suspicious activity if you notice any. Last but certainly not least, I want to introduce you our newest officer. Come on up, Officer Williams. Officer Jairus Williams has over 20 years law enforcement experience in both the military and the civilian sectors. He served in leadership and operational roles in corrections as a patrol sergeant with the city of Griffin. He's worked investigations, and his background includes personnel management and criminal investigations, policy enforcement, and crisis response and community engagement. I think a lot of the decisions that this mayor and council have made over the last 2 years have allowed us, when we have an opening, to pick the best of the best. I give you Officer Williams.
Welcome. Thank you so very much, Officer Williams. Question for the chief? So,
Yes.
yes.
I just want to kind of go back to Ms. Lisa's comment and public comments. I was not made aware of the incident. So I don't want you to think council does not know and we don't care about what's happening. There are some things that I believe the police department can share with us and things they cannot. So just know that I'm sorry that that happened to you and your neighbor, and I hope no one was injured or injured during that time. But we do care, and when these things happen, I would like for us to know. We're not gonna go out and investigate them ourselves, but I think going forward, whenever we have situations like this, the council should be made aware so that other citizens like Ms. Lisa is not informing us on the dais.
Yes, ma'am. And our policy has been under the previous city manager and with the city manager. I notify the city manager and provide case updates as they happen. That is a case I can't comment on because we're in the midst of the investigation. I think May the 25th was the date of it. I know Ms. Lisa spoke to Detective Mulder yesterday, I believe. I believe we're being very responsive to her concerns, and we'll continue to do so. The investigation itself, while I can't comment on it, it's certainly at the front of our patrol activities and our investigations, and I'll work with Mr. Baker to ensure that we're keeping the council apprised of and that's something with Mr. Baker that we certainly have daily conversations over the weekends most of the time, and this was one of, don't want to talk about that individual case, but there's certain things as they rise to the level that you guys are notified, but that'll be something that I work through with Mr. Baker and you guys work through them as well.
So,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember DeHaan.
I know last year you spoke about creating some sort of a public safety or committee. Would you think that coming out of something like this, that is something you should pursue? I know that previously on council, they used to have like a safety committee.
And I think it's a great idea. We had started the process of talking about it, and then in January, there was some committees that came out that was gonna be coming forward, and that was one of them. That's why I didn't want to step on any toes of, of taking any initiative, since the governing body had said that that's something they wanted to institute, but it's certainly something we would welcome. And at you guys' direction, Mr. Baker, can kind of help us assemble it, but I think it's a great idea.
So, I have, two things.
Yes, ma'am.
You're really good at sending an update to the city manager. I did not get a CC and/or a forward email on this incident that was presented to us on the 24th or 25th. Neither, I'm sure because it's overnight, but the next day we should have been notified that we had a shooting of that magnitude. So in the future, I would like for the city manager, once he is notified, that you would notify me so I can let the council know, or you can do us all on an email change, just to let, not to tell us any other details or anything, but to notify us of there was a shooting in our community. That's important that we know that. And that's how it's been, so I don't know where the lapse went. Also, in your presentation, you said we had one sustained complaint. You could not go into detail with it. However, I would like for you to, as working with Mr. Baker, and in his update, we need to be aware of what that issue is with that officer. It is the governing body's responsibility to make sure that, along with yours, to make sure that our citizens are safe, and that our officers are doing their due diligence, and they are doing what they're supposed to do. So I think that an update needs to definitely be given to us in regards to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have our Public Works Director, Mr. Lewis King.
Good evening, Mayor, Council,
Good
and
evening.
citizens of Hampton. Okay, so as many of you may have already seen, the splash pad is open. It's going, and every time I drive by there, a bunch of people out there, so they're definitely enjoying it. It looks like we're going to have a hot summer, so it should stay full. This is just some of the projects we're working on right now over on Emory Street. They had, issue with the storm drain over there, bamboo everywhere. That bottom picture on the left there, you couldn't even see that house before we got in there and started taking it out. So we're just about finished with that, and then we're going to be moving on to some other things. McBair Park is coming along. We're still on schedule to finish by the end of the month. I know you mentioned something about driving by and they haven't been doing work. It's because of the rain that we recently had, and they're getting ready to put the acrylic down on the pickleball court as well as the upper basketball court. So as soon as that's all dried up, they'll begin on that. They have to put the basketball goals up and some nets, and that's pretty much it, and we'll be done. And for the month of May, we completed 95 work orders, had 306 miles of road swept. The sweeper's been down for some maintenance issues. We just got that fixed. We had some type of electrical shortage. We couldn't find it, so the folks came in, took care of that. They had to put a hydraulic pump on the broom, and it's back in order. And this is a detention pond off of Target that we have to maintain now. So we took care of that. 21 citizen contacts for the month. And that's it in a nutshell. Any questions?
Any questions from the council? I have one question. If you can go back to Mr. King's first photo on Emory Street, is this a private residence?
It's, residents on both sides, yes, ma'am, but that
Is
drain.
do we have a public easement there to clear out that drainage?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I've been told that we don't have an easement, that this is private property.
That I was told.
Where
that
is
this-
the easement? Where is it at?
Right there where we're at.
No. I'm saying, where is the documentation for the easement? How do we know we're not on private property?
I was told we're not, but
By who?
I'll, did I discuss that with you, Ms. Wanda? Do you remember?
Is this Elm Street Station?
No, Emory Street. Okay. I don't recall now, but
I believe Emory Street is private property. If I'm not mistaken, this is the location that, the city has been doing favors to the homeowner to clearing out this drainage. I'm trying to find out, do we have a permanent easement to clean this out?
on Emory, 15 Emory. Yeah.
No, it's not off
of,
Steele.
It's off of Main Street.
So I'm curious to know, before we go into, because it's obvious private property, cleaning out these storm drains, who's pulling the documentation that says we're supposed to be on this property?
Well, ma'am, all of those drains along that street, they drain into that, and then that subdivision behind there, there's a huge storm drain. All of the drains off of that street fall into that.
I understand. I know how Emory Street is. Well, this has not been cleaned for years, for the fact that I was told that this was private property. So now we are cleaning it again, and I want to know, where's the documentation that says this is our easement, that we're supposed to be maintaining it? You should pull the plaque, you should find the easement, and you should know that we're supposed to be on the property. This is how it works now, isn't it? This is how it works. I thought this is how it worked.
Okay, well,
All right, so if somebody could get council the documentation on Emory Street, what is the address?
15.
15 Emory Street? If you can get documentation, thank you, that, this is our drainage that we are responsible for, and we should be cleaning out and maintaining, because we definitely want to do it. We don't want to stop every other year. We trying to figure out which one is which.
I
We
got
want to
you.
know, so just get the council the documentation, and that way we'll know.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody be in the loop.
All right.
That's all the questions that I have for Public Works Director. Thank you, Mr.
Anyone
King.
else? Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our Utilities Director, Mr. Alton West.
Madam Mayor, Council, how's everybody doing this afternoon?
Doing wonderful.
That is not mine.
There's a clicker up there.
Oh, stupid me. Oh. Let's see.
All right.
It's not.
Wrong way.
Wrong bad.
I'm gonna need
Ah.
help you. I didn't
Nope.
see that.
Nope.
Okay.
That's much better. All right, what we have here, I would like to point out on the upper right, left-hand corner, that is a Woodlawn tank. So we just recently had that resurfaced and painted, in preparation for the need, for the days ahead. There's electric division, there are 73 work orders total. We had 5 power outages, one of which Mr. Everett, he expressed his concerns. I'm gonna send the guys out there to see what they can do about that tomorrow. Installed approximately 250 feet of underground triplex wire to provide electrical service to new homes. Installed 3 new bypass switches in East Main and Highway 20. Installed 3 new bypass switches and 3 new trip saver switches at West King Road and Rosenwald Drive. They were replaced because they were just outdated, old, crumbling. Coordinated with Georgia Power and Central Georgia EMC to transfer all electrical load from the Woodlawn substation to the McDonough substation. So maintenance work could be performed at the Woodlawn substation. The wastewater treatment plant, we had a total of 95 work orders, repaired and calibrated the caustic pump. Clarifier 2 drained and cleaned. I think we're currently waiting on to get clarifier 1 repaired and back operational. And water division, we had a total of 164 work orders, approximately 9 leaks repaired, 1 leak currently on our system, and our water loss is hovering right there between 30 and 31%, unfortunately, but we're working on that. Anybody have any questions or concerns? This again is about the Woodlawn tank. It was in bad shape. you look at the two pictures on the left, the reason partially because it took so long because we were waiting on someone qualified and capable to get the job done, as you can see. The previous contractor, they didn't do a good job at all, but we're past that now. And that's it. Anybody got any questions, concerns,
Any
comments?
questions from the council? Mr. Allison, I do have a question.
Uh-oh. Yes, ma'am, I have an answer. What you got?
So, for the last couple of months, you've been giving us a report, and we've been at 31% in water losses.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to know, what are we doing, what are we implementing, what are we putting in place in order to curtail this 31%?
Get that number down. We're implementing, as when we were at the retreat, the meters, that whole system. That we're losing. We have a lot of old meters. It's roughly 2,600. And most of that loss can be attributed to that. Now there's some that we can't see, obviously. When we do, we fix them. But the primary cause of that is just the faulty old meters. Over time, they just degrade and they get less and less. That's why people complain when they get a new meter that the bill goes up. That's why.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Instead of so we are actively installing new meters now?
Yes, ma'am. The ones we have currently, we get them periodically. Obviously, we have budgetary concerns to consider, but we get them and we install them. A lot of times it's at customer request, or we find one faulty out in the field, but again, looking forward to the next budget, we'd like to get a lot more and do a lot more.
Have we identified all of the leaks?
Not with meters. It wouldn't necessarily be a leak. So again, like I said, it just reads less and less over time. The apparatus inside the meter, it just degrades. So, but usually when we see something, we try to get it fixed. When I first got here almost a year ago, there was stuff leaking everywhere. Now we try to address it within days as opposed to weeks and months. Yes, ma'am.
New meters, would they still have a percentage of leak?
Ma'am?
New meters, would they still have a percentage of leak? Or?
No, it's negligible. It's like I said, the leak is inside the actual meter, so you wouldn't see any water. It's just over time, the apparatus that measures the water going through, it just wears down. So you get more water going by that's not metered, as opposed to a new meter and metering as it should, if that makes any sense.
So how many meters do you think we would have to replace to kind of bring
Currently,
that number down from the 31 to bring it down?
We're looking at about 2,500. Now that's not including the ones for the new developments, because all those are gonna have to have new meters as well. So, and looking at the days ahead, who knows? That number's gonna grow exponentially, which is a good thing for the city.
Do you know how old the current meters are?
They run the gamut, maybe 5, 10, 20. We found some 30, 40 years old, just some of the older neighborhoods. The apartments right here behind the City Hall, that meter took some doing. I think that meter was like 40 years old.
Wow.
And
40?
Yes, and we don't know how much we were losing on that because it wasn't it's since been replaced, but that's just the kind of things we're up against. But, we're addressing those issues as we come across them.
So I have a better understanding, and so we're not necessarily having a leak, we have
No.
a loss.
The loss is
got
due
you.
to,
I got you.
just
Okay.
mechanical loss. Yeah.
Okay. I thought we were looking for a leak. All right, thank you, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
West. Moving on to our community development update, Ms. Wanda.
Good evening, Mayor and
Good evening.
Council. Let me get my eyeballs on. Alrighty. So for the month of May, we've had 9 business licenses that we've issued, 9 building permits, 1 zoning application submitted. We have currently 14 development projects underway. We had a new grant award, which is the GDOT local LRA, local road assistance monies that we had to apply for. Working with the city manager and the focus of the council, we had made application for that to pave downtown East Main Street. Grants underway are our continued GIC program. We've had a lot of activity with LIHTC investors. We have one particular investor that wants to do a tour for the team. And we got another recent email, even this evening, for a well-qualified LIHTC developer, so that's exciting. And LIHTC stands for Low Income Housing Tax Credits, which are entities that allow affordable workforce housing in partnership with tax abatements and that kind of thing. LMIG is consistently underway. Our Land Water Conservation Fund grant for the Rosenwald Park is stalled right now because we're waiting on being able to put it out to bid for design, but we'll be able to do that quickly. Sounds like in GDOT overpass. Last meeting, you guys authorized execution of the contract. The following day, we got an email from Pond saying they were changing their project manager. Per GDOT procurement policy, that change has to be vetted out to ensure that the person that was identified originally, this person on their team ended up leaving Pond and taking work somewhere else. They have to replace them with equal or better staff, and that has to be vetted out with GDOT, which it was, as well as with our selection committee, which it was. And their proposed new project manager is accepted, and we will be working towards the contract and getting it settled so that we can send it to the attorney for final review. The great news about our congressional direct spending is that they actually have the process in hand. It is highly, I don't know what else to say, time commitment for me as all the things that we do in my department. You actually now, we have to apply for another grant process in the EP, I think it's EPD, and it's just the process and how these guys are gonna manage this grant. We've been awarded it, but it's paperwork, and same thing with overpass. And so there's a lot of paperwork with these federal grants, but we're on top of it, and we'll continue to give you updates on that. I wanted to give you just a brief oversight from the month of May. We had 50 records created. This is from GovWell, our account. You can do different types of analysis. We have had the average process of these applications and permits were 3 days, which is fantastic. Tiffany's done amazing. We've generated a little over $8,100 in revenues from these permits, and we've had 100 inspections, and this is just in our system. Safe Built does all of our inspections for our big industrial buildings, and so they have probably 3 times that much that we're working through. These are current projects. I wanted just to highlight for the Speedway Technology Park, that had to go back through DRI. The Greta NOD, which stands for Georgia Regional Transportation Authority, notice of decision was issued. Also, I had pending when I made this slide, but we got an email today saying that the review is final. So I'll be sending that to you guys so you can see what ARC's final review was on that particular project. 709 Manassas Street, they are very close to having the CO issued for the gas station. They've done a fabulous job. I don't know if you've been over there, but they paved Manassas Street as part of their development, which is required that y'all have in the code that requires any kind of development. If the road is subpar, they have to fix it. So that's kudos on y'all and the code and the way that things come out. I'll have pictures next month so y'all can see the code that you have adopted and put forth what a difference that makes on the final product. There are no ice machines out there. There are no gas, things hanging out there. It's very clean. It's a very pretty site. I wanted to share this aerial. At the time I got it, Henry County's tax assessor didn't have this much detail, but we got this from the engineer from Equinex. This is Equinex, that's below the white building. The big white building is Target. Site Parkway comes in, has a cul-de-sac, and then there's gonna be another private road that goes to the west. But this particular site, you can see the long, narrow buildings for Equinex. Those total 4 buildings will total maybe 800 and something thousand square feet, as opposed to Target is 1.4 million square feet. The overall DRI was approved for 5.4 million square feet, so you're substantially lower in that action and what you've done with that. This right here in the red is a substation that is it's not Georgia Power, it's Georgia Transmission. It's their substation. They permit it, yeah, and they're building it. The power from this substation going to Equinex is all underground. So there's nothing aerial. You can see the line that goes across horizontally where the trees are cut. That's their existing line that they tie into to build this substation for the power. They will have lines going to the south, and you can't see it, but there's a large expanse of floodplain that buffers this whole thing. The closest resident to this property is over 1,000 feet. And then this area right here in green, this area is going to be reforested. So the area that is shown now developed, it is what they call the laydown area where they stage activities. But in their land disturbance permit, this was required by your code that you enforce to be replanted. And so much of the forest is going to be brought back. And that's my update. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to hopefully answer them.
Comments from the council? Tiffany is gone.
She did.
She left. Okay. Well, I would like to know what kind of anticipation of time lapse or increase in like the permits that Tiffany was responsible for. How long do you think that we're gonna possibly go to? So when I get a phone call and they ask me, well, what's taking us so long? You know, I wanna, they think 5 days is long, so yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate the question because obviously now there's one.
Yes.
Mr. Baker has already started to work and will continue to work, help alleviate some of the extracurricular activities that I have assumed that weren't necessarily my daily responsibilities, and not adding anything new per se. We're trying to work that out so that the building permitting and just plan review period takes time. And we have great, Alton is helpful on reviewing the plans for the water and sewer, which has been amazing because we haven't had that in the past. So that means the world to me, to have our own water department looking at our infrastructure. So that's key. Our civil engineers and the guys that we have currently and women under procurement or under our current design professional services, they will continue to do plan review. Safe Built is amazing. They're always there to help and to lift anything. So that's a long answer to say. I will work with GovWell because GovWell has AI capability as well. We haven't engaged it as much because I quite honestly didn't want to pay any more extra money and try to facilitate. We have a very specific process. We want to make sure things are done right. And sometimes when you put things out there, AI is what AI is because they steal our knowledge, right? They steal our process. And it's not that we don't want to share it, but we're at the point now that, like I said, you saw all the things that were done in 1 month. And that's just one thing that Tiffany does. She had done GIC and other responsibilities in the department. So we are able to do more than we had ever in the past because we have GovWell in the system. But I'm not going to lie, it's going to take me a minute to get up, even though I designed the system. I'm going to have a minute to get up to the skill set Tiffany has on it. So I will commit to doing whatever I need to make sure that our residents and our customers are taken care of. And I will continue to talk with Mr. Baker if I feel like I'm drowning, that somebody can help me. So it's not rocket science.
Thank you, Ms. Wanda.
What's that? We have interviews. That's fantastic. We have about 8 interviews.
That's great.
Tomorrow and the next day. So very, very excited. There's folks with GIS capabilities. And one of the things when you guys are talking about stormwater easements and things like that, GIS is amazing in the ability to allow Public Works at the tablets to pull up where the plat is, where the easement is. And also geographically, we have tribbles that we can go out and stake when we have the flexibility to not be narrowed down and have a survey come out and stake it. So hopefully one of these candidates would be able to be hired and can provide both planning and GIS. Not the level that we had before, because that was an analyst, but certainly to help us do day-to-day mapping.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms. Wanda. Moving on to our IT department update. Ms. Michelle Arthur.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I would get up here and tell a joke, but I'm not gonna do that because everybody seemed a little stuffy tonight. But I'm just gonna go
Tell
through.
a joke.
Tell a joke?
So we can get unstuffy.
I'll tell you a dirty joke. A white horse fell in the mud. There you go. So how we gonna start this off?
I know that joke. And a black horse came out?
Look at you. Already. Okay, so I don't like to be stuffy, so I'm not. But I only got 3 slides, so we're just gonna go through these and call it a day or call it a night. This is for the month of May. I had 45 tickets opened. I resolved all 45 because I'm awesome. I like to do my job. That's the correct answer. That's 100% resolution rate. I'm trying to keep it that way. I don't like tickets in my queue. For your tech tip for today, we're gonna talk about Wi-Fi versus Ethernet. And I'm not gonna be long because Michelle threatened me. Wi-Fi, we use Wi-Fi on most things like your mobile devices, your phones, your laptops, your iPads. I don't do Android, so I'm just gonna say Apple stuff. What you may not know is that Wi-Fi can be a little bit unstable. If you're in your basement or if you're by a microwave or if you're by something else, you're always wondering why my bars are not there. It's because Wi-Fi can't travel through certain things, especially if you live in an older home and you have certain kind of brick.
I
That's
thought you
why.
were gonna talk long.
I gotta explain so they learn. Y'all learn it? Okay, there we are. We're trying to learn some things here. This is not just for the staff. I want to make sure your residents are also knowing what's going on in their home if I can help it. You're welcome. So the other thing is Ethernet. Everything in this building more than likely is under Ethernet. That means it's hardwired, it's connected by a cable. That's how you get the most effective internet into your systems, is through a wire. You can't do that per se with your mobile devices, but if you have a laptop at home and you're near your modem, you can use an Ethernet and you'll get faster internet. And you don't have to worry about it cutting out on you and cutting in and out on you unless you didn't pay your bill. And that's a different story. A little bit of information. If you want to sound smart, the next time somebody asks you about Wi-Fi, you can tell them it stands for wireless fidelity. And a lot of people don't know that. They just think it's 4 letters. It's not. It actually stands for something. If you guys have any questions, you can probably try to catch me after this or maybe tomorrow. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Mitchell?
Questions?
It's very simple. What is the status about the large display sign?
About the
large display sign?
That's the same thing that you guys were discussing about signage, and I have to wait until we figure that out. It's gonna come along with that. I promise, once I know, you'll know. Next month, we're gonna talk about this one more time. Hopefully, I'll have the answer for you then.
Any other councils comment? Thank you.
Oh, free.
All right, Main Street. We're gonna ask Tova if she would come forward. and give us our Main Street update.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council,
Good afternoon.
citizens. I am Tova, the Main Street Director for the City of Hampton, and I'm going to talk about the monthly report, Main Street report. May community engagement, we did Eats and Beats, Cinco de Mayo, National Day of Prayer, Mental Health Walk with Councilwoman Melissa, and Hampton Day and Memorial Day. All of those events were in the month of May. We brought residents and visitors downtown to have more visibility in the community. Eats and Beats celebrated Hispanic culture, featured live entertainment, like we always do, encouraged community participation. The Main Street impact was that we brought residents and visitors downtown, increased the visibility for local businesses, celebrated cultural diversity because it was a Cinco de Mayo theme, and it strengthened community engagement. National Day of Prayer, we had the National Day of Prayer over at the train depot, and it brought together faith leaders, churches and residents, promoted unity in the community. We provided an opportunity for reflection and unity while utilizing public spaces to bring the community together. Mental Health Walk that we did sponsor, it was sponsored by Councilwoman Melissa Brooks. We supported that. It promoted mental health awareness and wellness, encouraged healthy lifestyles and community support. The Main Street impact was we supported the Community Wellness Initiative and also encouraged healthy lifestyles and connected residents to resources and support. Hampton Day we celebrated Hampton Day as well as Memorial Day back to back. We celebrated community pride, Hampton's heritage, encouraged resident engagement. Memorial Day ceremony, we honored the fallen service members, and we partnered with American Legion Post 330. We got some cool pictures there. That's from Memorial Day. Okay, we preserved Main Street impact. We preserved community traditions, strengthened civic pride, and created opportunities for residents to celebrate and honor Hampton's history. Upcoming events, we have the Juneteenth event, Friday, June 19th, from 12 to 6:30 downtown Hampton. We will start our Relin Roots project Saturday, June 27th, 2026 from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And that is in partnership with our volunteer board, the Hearts of Hampton, and they are sitting back here, the Hearts of Hampton. Also, we'll have Independence Day celebration, 4th of July, which is going to be a big event hosted over at McBrayer Park from 5:30 to 10 p.m. Main Street Impact, we support business growth, celebrate new investments, and help showcase Hampton as a destination for residents, visitors, and entrepreneurs. The last thing I have to share is a community partner spotlight, recognizing outstanding service. Following the Yellow Pollen Festival, Main Street received an email from a vendor recognizing Public Works employee Dejan Little for going above and beyond to assist the events with event setup and logistics. Dejan went over and beyond to help me, she said. He literally took over the task and bagged my trailer into the vendor spot with ease. The vendor also noted that Dejan returned at the end of the event to ensure that they could safely exit their space. Successful events require teamwork. Main Street is grateful for the dedication of Dejan, even though he wears a lot of hats right now, so he's not there helping us as much. We appreciate his dedication, and also the entire Public Works Department, whose support helps create positive experiences for everyone. Thank you.
Any questions for Tova? Tova, I have a question. Juneteenth.
Yes.
What are we doing for Juneteenth?
Well, we're having a small little market downtown, an artist market with a few vendors. We're going to celebrate with a lot of the business owners that will be doing events as well. Specifically, Makers on Main will be celebrating her 2-year anniversary. So we're going to do a lot of different events with her and the other business members downtown.
Give me the time one more time.
The time is from 12 p.m. to 6:30. So it'll be little things going on, like we'll have an art show over at the depot. We'll have different demonstrations of perfumes testing or oil testing, just little things like that. So it's nothing big, but at 6:19, we would do a Selah moment, which is a moment of silence where you pause and think about, the things that African Americans have contributed. And also we're doing a history walk of downtown Hampton that will have placemakers in place and an immersive experience with that. So we're working on that part now.
Okay, I have another question then. The things that you're saying, I'm gonna assume they have a time slot that you're gonna be doing
Yes.
those specific things. They're not gonna be going on all day.
No.
Okay, so are we gonna get a schedule as to what's going on at what time? Like if I wanna participate just in this right here?
I already have a
Help me
schedule.
hold
I
on.
just need to print it.
Okay,
I can send it
all
to
right,
you.
send it to me. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, moving on to unfinished business. Action item 9A.
Madam Mayor, can I make a motion that we take a quick recess so I can go to the restroom?
I need a recess for a break.
Yes, I can.
I have a motion by Councilmember White Williams and a second by Councilmember DeShane to take a recess just for a few minutes. I'll be back at
5 minutes.
five-
I motion
yeah.
that she wait.
20:30. Be back at,
Or she pay
all
that
in
back.
favor? 20:30.
2030. 6 minutes. That's 6
Make a
minutes.
way.
There's
Look,
only one more.
look. Yeah. I had to go. I was like, I ain't keep saying that. We got a long night.
Good evening. I need everybody to take their seats and be quiet. I need a motion to come out of recess.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember White Williams to come out of recess and a second by Councilmember Meeks. All in favor? I have a 6-0. Moving on to agenda item 9A, consideration and action to approve the second read of ordinance 2026-10 to amend Chapter 2 Administration, Article 7, Code of Ethics, Section 2-307, Ethics Committee of the City of Hampton Code of Ordinance. This item is a proposed amendment to the City Ethics Committee provision to clarify committee composition and strengthen independence. The ordinance expressly prohibits member of the governing body from serving on the Ethics Committee and maintain existing appointment authority and procedural framework. The amendment is intended to promote transparency, avoid potential conflict of interest, and reinforce public conflict in the city's ethic process. This is sponsored by Councilmember White Williams. I need a motion we actually move this item over to the Administrative and Finance Committee. I need a motion to move ordinance number 2026-10 on the second read over to the Administrative and Finance Committee.
Made a motion?
I have a motion by Councilmember Mitchell. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Meeks to move ordinance 2026-10 over to the Administrative and Finance Committee for review.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Discussion?
Yes, discussion from the council. Councilmember Brooks?
Okay, what does that mean when you say you're gonna move it over to the Finance Committee, Administration and Finance Committee? Will they bring back a recommendation for the board to?
Yes, so this ordinance as drafted will be reviewed and looked at. Any recommendations out of this ordinance or any changes that the board may think needs to happen will come out of that committee, and a determination will come back to the council for everything that they reviewed under this ordinance. And you guys will make the decision, the final decision on whether or not if we move.
I don't really understand what is the role and function of a council member if we don't get to make decisions on this, that we just roll everything over to administration and finance? We don't.
So this first read was sent over to the Administrative and Finance Committee for them to review the ordinance.
Okay.
That's where it went originally last month.
Okay.
And so this is just the second read of the same thing, since they were going to review it anyway.
Okay.
So they're going to review the entire ethics, not just this particular section, but the entire ethics section of the charter. And therefore, you will be able to get a better update and a better feel after they give all the recommendations.
I have a question. I have a question.
Councilmember Brooks, you finished?
Yeah.
Councilmember DeShane?
Has this committee created some sort of their bylaws, and what is it that, what is their scope, their purpose? Is there a bylaws for them? Have they created anything to say that they're?
Committees do not have bylaws. Committees is appointed by the mayor. They are to review anything that is sent over by council to that particular committee, and that is what we're doing.
Is there a timeline for the committee to update the council?
There is not a timeline.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
there is a Admin and Finance Committee meeting Friday at 3:30.
And
That's
it's been
correct.
And that's
properly-
what those meetings have to be advertised.
Yeah.
And they are open to the public.
That's right.
And the council needs to avoid a quorum, but what they do is bring the information into the meeting, review it, and make a recommendation to the council. And they can provide whatever, we've got the ordinance and the suggestion here already.
So council needs to avoid quorum, so that means all of council can't be there to
I don't think so, yes, ma'am.
hear it. But this is something that's gonna come back to
This has been
council,
a
but they
long
can't be
time.
there to hear it.
This has been a
And-
long time for me, and I do believe, and maybe the attorney can clarify, if there is a quorum, they have to remain silent. Is for the committee to discuss, is what I'm.
Also, I'm trying to understand, So when these ordinances are given to us, why can't we make whatever adjustments that we want to after reading them when we come to a council meeting? I mean, I'm just like, I thought that's what we were, like our jobs.
It
you
seems
know what I
like
mean?
it's circumventing the
So we can't, we
role and
could make a
function.
decision on ordinance number 2026-10. It was the suggestion that we send it over to committee for further review. By all means, if you want to vote on this up or down, Mr. Mitchell, do you want to make a motion to approve or to deny ordinance number 2026-10?
I make a motion to deny as it stands right now.
All right, I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Mitchell to deny ordinance number 2026-10.
Mayor, just so that, I'm clear, because we had Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Meeks.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell, will you rescind your first motion?
I made a motion to extend.
All right, I have a rescind of Mr. Mitchell first motion to move this over to committee. Now I need the motion to approve or deny, Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell?
I make a motion to deny based on the fact I need to improve it, and the council refused to make me improve it to make it better.
Okay. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a second by Councilmember Cheney. Any further discussion from council?
Yes. So looking at the meeting minutes, for the ordinance, it passed unanimously, 6-0. I don't see anything in the meeting minutes that said we were going to transfer it over to the admin.
Okay, so we're actually voting on it now.
Okay, but you said at the last meeting, we voted to have it referred to the admin.
I thought this was the
Finance
one
Committee.
that went to the
At the
admin.
last meeting,
At
it
the
was ordinance 2026-07.
07, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
My
07.
mistake. So this one had not been referred over to the admin. So we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Mitchell and a second by Councilmember Cheney to deny ordinance number 2026-10. All in favor of denial? All opposed? I have a 3, Ms. Melissa, you did denial.
Denial.
You wanted it. right?
No. Yes, I'm in favor for it.
All right, so
Yes.
it's a 3-3 tie. I will break the tie to deny. We have a 4-3. Moving on to our consent agenda, seeing that there is none for the consent agenda. Guys, I actually need an executive session at this time. Can I get a motion to go into an executive session?
Madam Mayor, I move we move to executive session.
I have a motion by Councilmember Meeks. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Cheney to move into executive
What are we
session for
doing
the
in-
purpose of personnel or litigation and personnel. All in favor? All opposed? Are you opposed?
No, I'm in favor.
I oppose.
Are you opposed?
Yeah.
I have a 3-3. We're gonna move into executive session with I break the tie with a 4-3. We're adjourned to executive session. I need a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
Have a motion by Councilmember Meeks to come out of executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Cheney. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? I have a 6-0. I need a motion to terminate the contract of Maddie Cardi Ashby. Will one of our council members give us that motion?
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we deny the termination of Denmark, Ashby, and Major Carty.
I second.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember White Williams to deny the removal of Matter Carty, Ashby, and Denmark, and a second by Councilmember Duchesne. All in favor?
No
No discussion?
discussion.
Discussion?
Why can't we discuss?
Discussion.
Discussion?
Did not?
No, we were, all in favor? To deny? All in favor?
So we
No
can't have a
discussion.
discussion about it.
We just, we're
All
just
right.
in executive session. Right?
So,
Okay,
So, all in favor?
to deny.
To deny. I have a 3. All opposed? 3. I need a motion to remove Denmark Ashby Mattercarty as the attorney for the city of Hampton. Another council are going to,
I make a motion that we speak with them and maybe have a different representative.
I have a motion by Councilmember Duchesne. Do I have a second?
Second.
By White Williams. To discuss any issues that we have with Mattercarty, Denmark, and Ashby. All in favor? All opposed? I have a 3-3. I break the tie of 4. Councilmember Cheney, can I get a motion to remove Denmark, Ashby, and Mattercarty as our attorney?
I make a motion to remove Denmark, Ashby, and Cardi Marty from as our attorney.
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Meeks. All in favor? All opposed? I have a 3-3. I break the tie that we remove Denmark, Ashby, and Mattercarty. 3-4. Moving on to new business, consideration and action to approve Resolution 2645 on the Rosenwald project to include the city purchase of 16 Rosenwald Drive for the purpose of a cultural arts museum sponsored by myself. If I can get the clicker. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. This evening, I would like to present to the citizens of Hampton that what could be in the historic Rosenwald district. This district has long been neglected by the city of Hampton, but we have come to a point where we wish to preserve the legacy of this important area in the city of Hampton's history. Julius Rosenwald and Booker T. Washington embarked on an ambitious mission to educate students that had long been forgotten and lacked the necessary resources to fully implement educational opportunities. As an outcome of this partnership, schools around the country was established to educate people of color, and the city of Hampton, Georgia was a part of that mission. History must be preserved, honored, and highlighted to pay homage to a people, place, culture that has helped shape the city of Hampton. Hampton Rosenwald School was built in the late 1920s and early 30s with the help of the Rosenwald School Foundation and the people in the communities that contributed their money and their skills to erect this facility. In 2006, the Hampton Rosenwald School was demolished and a national treasure was lost forever. Today, I ask the board to pay homage to this legacy by investing in a property that sits directly across from the Rosenwald School site. The property is currently available for sale. It is right for the time. The council doesn't realize that 16 Rosenwald Drive was commissioned and built by 2 former students of the Hampton Rosenwald School, Mr. and Mrs. Richard and Sulu Sloan. Wouldn't that be a way to honor the legacy of a Hampton resident for Hampton Rosenwald School and the students, their teachers, their principals, and their staff to be to put the Rosenwald Cultural Arts and History Museum into their home that was built by former students. The City of Hampton goal is to revitalize this area and bring attention and attract development. However, how do we do this? Tourism. Tourism is an economic driver in any city, giving people places to go, gather, linger, and take pictures, play, and learn. This will help to spur interest in the Rosenwald district. Revitalization only happens when areas come alive as a live, work, play, and learn community. This center can boast and boost all of those outcomes. If the City of Hampton makes this investment, maybe we can attract private entities to develop out the much-needed Rose and Main project and create an interest in a partnership for our LIHTC projects in this area. This property site is on the Trails Plan. If you can imagine people from across 20 walking across our new overhead pedestrian bridge downtown, and from downtown down the multi-use trail to find themselves at this wonderful park and cultural arts museum location. At this time, I want to show you what this site could be. You're looking currently at the location of a Garden Daylight off trail where we currently have nothing but a gazebo sitting in the Rosenwald district that is being underutilized. It does not have any activities. If we create something of this magnitude in this area, it is going to revitalize that area in its totality. It is going to spur growth, and it's going to make sure that people come within the borders and boundaries of our city. This monument would allow people to come, take pictures, and enjoy the history and the culture of that community. This is a daylight picture of it, and this is what it would look like at night lit up. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to embrace this area. As we all know, the Rosenwald District has not been adequately invested in. It is always the last community for us to even think about. We finally got to a board that has started to look at that area based on staff and all the work that they've done out in the community to even do a new LCI study that focused directly around that corridor. This is the place to start to bring in new business, new industry, new homes, new investments. This is what the layout of that house that I would love for you guys to consider to actually buy. That house is, like I said, was actually built by Mr. Richard and Sulu Sloan. They went to the Hampton Rosenwald School. What you see here is the exhibit hall. Coming in, you will get an opportunity to be welcomed and greeted. We're hoping by someone from the Historic Preservation, and they would be able to sit there, greet you, and take you on a tour of this Cultural Arts and History Museum. This is the exhibit hall, the museum and history gallery. It tells the story of Mr. Julius Rosenwald and Booker T. Washington, where the beginnings start on the development of all of these schools across the Southeast so that they can educate African American students so that they too could have an opportunity to prosper. This would be the gallery. In this would be an exhibit hall. This exhibit hall would allow for you to have an interchangeable exhibit each and every, I would say usually about every 6 months, you could change out the statues to exhibit art in this exhibit hall, but this is where it would be featured. After that, you will have a year-round exhibit that you would paint a story and tell the story of the Rosenwald School along with other history throughout our city. This is the interactive kiosk area and learning center that allows the story. The City of Hampton commissioned several years ago stories from the Rosenwald students, and those stories was told and recorded, and they would run on the kiosk, and we're hoping that we would be able to get more and more stories from those students and teachers and let them tell us about their experience at the Rosenwald. But the interaction section and the educational section would allow allow for you to actually learn. It's many people that do not even know about Rosenwald and the Rosenwald School and its projects and how it came in and really provided a service to an underserved population during the 1920s and 30s. And then this is your art education studio. So many things can happen in this studio as it is a teaching room, but you can have all types of classes in this studio. From art making, I think Councilmember Brooks, she makes jewelry. I know she does. She made me a beautiful piece. She makes jewelry. You can always have a cultural arts teaching room, and it will allow our children in this area, in the most underserved area, an opportunity to have somewhere to go every single day of summer months and breaks. Right now, they have nowhere to go. Right now, there's absolutely nothing for our children to do. Not just in that district, in our city. We have to go to work. We don't have time to do anything else. We've got to go to work. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to begin that work. That is the end of my presentation. I am asking that council would consider resolution 2026-45 on the Rosenwald project to include the city to purchase the 16 Rosenwald Drive for the purpose of a history and cultural arts center. Can I get a motion to approve or to deny?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we deny this purchase. We just talked about this, granted it was the URA board, but I think our sentiments, the way I voted, still doesn't change. Board Member Mitchell stated that he had concerns that there was not enough parking. The property is, I don't even know if it's 2,000 square feet. I think that while we could benefit from something like this, I don't think having it in that house is the best place. So I make the motion to deny.
I second.
I have a motion by Councilmember White Williams to deny and second by Councilmember DeShane to deny resolution 2026-45. Any further discussion from the council?
Yes.
Yes.
So, is this a budgeted item that we're buying this property and putting this museum, like, is that in our budget?
So we have $266,000 in splash funding for Splash 5, I believe. Yeah. And we have some match money in Splash 6 for Rosenwald Park. I understand that the URA decided that they did not want to fund this, even though I feel like that it really would fall up under URA, because URA is a revitalization agency. It's supposed to revitalize areas, but they denied this particular location as well. So other than that, we would have to get it out of fund balance.
Is that a budget amendment that would?
It would require a budget amendment.
So my question is, with all the technology that you've shown in your presentation, who's going to pay for that? Because even though we could purchase the house for whatever we're going to offer, we still have to put money into this project to turn it into the interactive center. And I understand that, you know, there's not a lot for our kids to do, right? It's the splash pad, it's the park, or one park. However, I just think if we are going to invest any money into doing something like this, and we truly want to pay respect to the Rosenwald, the history of Rosenwald and the Sloans, I think you said that was their name. Mm-hmm. Why not do something a little bit more grandiose? I think this is definitely, while the gesture is good, I think we have an opportunity to really give it more than what's being presented here. My other concern is that you have residential homes right next to this. So now you're gonna have if this goes through, now you're gonna have those people that live next door impacted by strangers, cars, you know, infringing upon and maybe encroaching upon their property. I do believe that if we wanted to pay homage to Rosenwald when we did the new park, we should have thought about it then. I think you're trying to pull at the heartstrings of people. In the URA meeting,
I am.
And that's fine, but it turned into almost a race thing. It was race baiting. And I think that this should not go forward, not here. There are other places within Hampton that we can do something a little bit more grandiose and make it really, really nice.
Okay, so I will tell everybody, I made this presentation to the council in the URA meeting. I was pulling on the heartstrings of each council members to value the residents of the Rosenwald district, and underserved, that's always forgotten. That's always the last one. The gesture or the comment that Councilmember White Williams made then was, this was not the place to start. I don't know why Rosenwald in that district is always the last place to get started on. We never want to get started there. We want to get started somewhere else. But with that being said, everybody that is here, and it's several people that have left, that is in favor of the Rosenwald, for us purchasing 16 Rosenwald Drive, please stand up, because I want to just show the people that are here, that these individuals live in that community, right across the street from it, right next door to it. They live in this community. I'm not the only one. Yes, this is a passionate thing for me. My mother, my grandmother went to the Rosenwald School, so yes, it's very personal for me to preserve the history of this district and the people that have served this community for every year that it has been in existence. We've been here. So it is a pulling on the heart. I am pulling on the heart, and I am asking passionately, but your residents are asking as well. They want you to pay respect to the Rosenwald district by purchasing this house and turning it into a cultural arts and history museum to preserve their history. So I'm asking for a motion to, I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I do have a
Councilmember Brooks.
question. We're talking about making this purchase. What about the zoning and the parking? Like certain things have to have certain amount of parking. Have our zoning administrator had a chance to look at this?
So we have, Ms. Wanda and I have looked extensively at this area. There's another little sliver of property that we also was considered or had on the table to purchase as well as a part of the park plan. This sits on our trail. This gives people opportunity to come off the trail, go to the monument, then walk over to the house to see the exhibit hall, learn about the culture of this. So all of those things have been thought about. And you guys are saying that, oh, we don't have enough parking. It's not big enough. But we're talking about the history of a district, of an area. You can't move Rosenwald. Rosenwald is where it's at. You can't put Rosenwald stuff somewhere else. You got to put it on Rosenwald. This is an opportunity to do that. That's all I'm saying to this council.
And I don't think when we had the discussion, anybody was saying they didn't want to pay homage. They just were saying that this property wasn't adequate enough size to give you what it is that you were looking for. I think Mitchell said that we could probably look for another lot that was a larger lot to purchase that would be able to house it. Nobody's saying
So
that
that
they
would
don't
be
want.
an even larger cost. It's going to be an even larger cost.
And I had said that we already own 16 acres that we could probably put it on.
I don't think the council
So-
will is going to ever be to put Cultural Arts and History Museum for Rosenwald on that 16 acres.
So I don't want the public to be fooled, because this presentation was given to us at the URA board meeting. That meeting was the first time we saw this. The mayor never shared with council or with the board her intentions of doing this to that property. All we know is that when I came to the meeting, it was for us to discuss the purchase of the building, not what the use of the building would ultimately be. So when we got to the URA meeting, this was shared with us. And as I stated before, while I would love to pay homage and respect to Rosenwald, I think that particular property, and who's to say nothing won't come up available on Rosenwald in the future, but to buy that property, which is not, it's not even 2,000 square feet. It's smaller than this building. So how much can you fit in that building with everything that, I know what we see in these photos won't be there, but actually how much can you fit in that building? If we're gonna do it for Rosenwald, let's give them something they truly deserve if you really want to do something for them. I can't say what I want to say because I'm in a council meeting, but if you're going to give it anything, give it 100%. I just think that building is too small. If the history of Rosenwald is that extensive and that great, why can't we just give it our best? And I don't think that particular property is our best.
So I will say that site plan came directly from the Henry County Tax Assessor's Office. It is the site plan for that house. What is fit is what you're seeing, the measurements would fit in that location. So I respectfully disagree with Councilmember White Williams that it would not work. But I do have a motion on the floor by Councilmember White Williams and a second by Councilmember DeShane to state.
One other question, Madam
Councilmember
Mayor.
Brooks.
Is there any way that we could ever think about, I guess, expanding the park, East Hampton Park, to maybe put like a community center there that would have things for the, and add the cultural art to that, maybe? I mean, if we're gonna spend money, just really spend the money and get something
Exactly.
really nice. You already got
Exactly.
a nice park there, maybe add a building
You
or something.
cannot do it because the grant that was given, so much of it has to stay. You can't put a closed structure on it. You can put an amphitheater on it, you can put something open on it, but you can't put a closed structure on the East Hampton Community Park location.
So I have a question. You said that we, and maybe I misheard you, there was a grant given for Rosenwald?
Oh, for East Hampton.
No,
For East
this
Hampton.
was before she just said that, earlier. Was there any grant money
No,
given
I was saying
for
that
Rosenwald?
Rosenwald Foundation gave a grant.
How much?
That was in the 20s and 30s to build the school originally.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we have a contribution from Georgia Power of $19,000 and right now sitting for the Rosenwald project. So, it's not that we don't have funding and we have money in the bank to be able to do this. I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember White Williams and a second by Councilmember DeShane, to deny resolution 2026-45. All in favor?
Are you gonna ask the residents?
Oh, I'm sorry, public, Miss, the public.
Do you need to give you my address again?
No.
Okay. One thing that I have found in all of my advocacy work for the last 25 or 30 years, and I'm all for preserving history and letting history be a part. But when you go and you give, and the citizens are paying for it, everybody, and you're making the decision how we're going to spend our money, is not right. You need to invest, and it needs to come from some private entities and let them come up and be it a joint process and get these people to invest in with us so they can come into our city. If we have private funds coming in, and there's a lot of builders, there's a lot of companies, and the grants, that's where your teen council can come up with grants and get them in on the groundwork for the community and to save and find the history of a community and who you can spotlight and what areas to spotlight. I think as a member of the community, I'd like to see somebody go out, some of the residents go out and find private funding and do a match. I mean, that's just where I come. If they're out working on it, then they're going to be invested in on it. Other than just saying, hey, I want it over here. Oh, I'll go over here. Well, I'm tired of it today. If you go and you put your money and your hard work in it, then you're going to respect it, and you're going to have more to do with it. I'm just saying, you be a part and raise the money. Let the people in the community that want it raise some money and do matching funds.
Thank you. Did I see someone else? Ms. Lyon?
Hello, Mayor, Council, Ms. Cheney. I'm Kim Lunn, and I don't know if I should say it right now, I'm the current chair of the Hampton Historic Preservation. And everybody up there, I think, pretty much knows that I have an absolute heart for Rosenwald. Do you know that? I've been a part with the Arts Council, working to raise funds with them. I've been doing Rosenwald before Rosenwald was even a thing. So it definitely is very important to me. But I will say that on behalf of myself, we have gone to several conferences in places that took us on tours, the last one being Wisconsin. And we went out there and we went to places, people are saying, oh, over in Rosenwald area. It's hard to imagine that some things would be over there because we all know Rosenwald has been underserved. However, purchasing a house with limited parking is not the best option, in my opinion. Some of the things that we've seen when we were in Wisconsin was a walking art park that could be highlighted. It's waterproof. I have information on it. I think maybe I even shared it at our one of our Historic Preservation Council meetings. But I think there's some other things that we can look at and grow into a cultural center, because I think it would be amazing and I think it would bring people here. But I think that starting huge and then trying to figure out where the money is coming from, where right now everybody's tight, and so maybe if we started with something just a little bit smaller, looked at some grants, looked at some funding, and frankly, let's look at Equinix. Let's look at these data centers. I work with Fayette County and a lot of the people in their historical society. Their entire cemetery just got a giant influx of money from their data center. They get volunteers from their data center to come over and help clean and help redo the gravestones. They make them pay for what they're coming in and doing. And maybe that might be a way for us to reach out and to try to bridge some of that negativity that we have, which we all know it most definitely is there. So maybe if in a way of trying to find some funding, but also starting a little bit smaller. I love the idea. It's beautiful. It definitely would bring people there. But if we start small, I'll be happy to share those pictures with you of the art park out in Wisconsin. And then there was another one. I don't remember which one it was, but you just walk along and it's in there and it tells the story, and it has an opportunity in some parts to be changed so that it's not always the same thing. They had it at their bus area. They had it around some of their underserved areas. And I went walking. I went there at 7 o'clock in the morning by myself in a city that I didn't even know. I didn't feel unsafe, but I wanted to make sure that I got to see it. So while I agree with you and I think it was beautiful, the renderings are fantastic. I see both sides, but I think if we start a little bit smaller and grow, I think that might be the best way to do it. But whatever, you have our support.
And Kim, Toby and I also took that walk in Wisconsin, and it was something that we should consider. It was an open park, and as you're walking through the park, there's history on the walls, there's murals, there's plaques that tells you the story of Greenwood. So something like that.
Oh, that was the one in Tulsa is the one. Yeah, I didn't get to do Tulsa.
So
I did
we did
that.
it in the Greenwood district.
Yep.
So it's not something that that we cannot do. I think it would be even more of a cost savings if we're going to have these trails that the mayor is speaking about? Why not have this information on the
Along the trail.
outside?
That's a possibility. Like I said, I love the idea, the renderings are beautiful, but I just sometimes think starting a little bit smaller and growing into something bigger, but that's just what I wanted
I'm
to
going
share.
to say that after our URA meeting, I did have a conversation with Jeff in regards to maybe we could have, where the park is,
Thank you.
maybe rename the pathways names from the Rosenwald School to pay homage, put out some of the interactive that are waterproof, and as we expand on our trails, kind of put the things through the trails. But I just don't feel that this building is.
Yes.
I'm Melvina Merrill. I'm at 17 Rosenwald Lane. Yeah, it's very personal to me. I was not born here, but I bought here. I purchased a townhome at 17 Rosenwald Lane. It's right across the street on Rosenwald Drive. So, if you're gonna look at and recognize something, if you got the culture there, why move it? Our clubhouse for our community is where the original school was. And the surrounding community is where everything else was for Rosenwald School. So yes, it is personal. It makes common sense. You start small and you expand. You can do it a different way. For example, excuse me, Montgomery, Alabama, the Legacy. They've got 3 sections. And they've got it set up, you start one, you go to the other part, they've got charter, the bus to take you to phase 2. You finish it, and now they've opened the 3rd phase. And it's all right there in the area, right there together. So you have to start somewhere. Why not start there? And we can expand. You got some area from King, on the other side of King, and Rosenwald going to Maine. What's happening there? But you have to start somewhere. And Hampton is not huge, it's small. So everything else is small. I was going back, so short piece, one of my areas. I was looking back at some of the information we had. We had one, you got the Hampton History Center. It's in a small building because Hampton is small. Then I went further and I looked where in February 2026, we had the big DigiWorld affair on the, sponsored by the Hampton Historic Preservation Commission. And it was proud to celebrate and show the rich cultural legacy that was woven into the city. So if you got these things, and where was it? Rosenwald School, established 1932. Mrs. Jinks Rosenwald class, 1954. And these beautiful pictures they had that I'm finding that they're still on the floor in the closet somewhere. So if you got stuff already and you're not using it, why not start small with it and you grow into the bigger? But there's enough space, and you're talking about parking. Oh my goodness, come on. You don't have to parallel park. You can have 45-degree angle parks. And from that house to where that park is now, all you do is split it, and you've got 45-degree angles on one side and 45-degree angles on the other.
I'm sorry,
And you
Ms.
got
Melvina, your time is up.
It's not time, watch it.
Thank you.
So all I'm saying is, it is a great idea, and we're excited. The residents at Heritage Place, we're excited about it. And then I've talked to people at East King, West King, Daniel, George.
Thank you, Ms.
also.
Melvina. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I have somebody else?
I just want to say that I've actually donated money to the county, on the county level, for the Rosenwald. And the one we did at DigiWorld, and we did one at Fairview. But I just want to say this, I don't think we should go through with this, because if we want to invest, we need to invest in Daniel Street first. Do some kind of ordinance to put on the home owners or the homeowners to make them upgrade their properties, because those are dilapidated. And you can't really, I don't think anybody would want to go there and live. But you have to upgrade those properties so we can have somewhere decent for our citizens to live. And you talk about the kids, I guarantee you, not one child will go in that place. we should have put, in that park, we should have put basketball goals or something over there for them, because we know they have to walk across the street to come to these basketball goals over here. So we should put something over there for them. But I do not think you should go through with this for this property. Again, start small. Kim had a great idea. Put it in the park, along the trailways, and walk around it. I've been to the Montgomery. I know what you're talking about down there. Put it in the park. But please do not vote for this.
So I just want to say that Hampton has made a huge investment in our Coley Park. They made a huge investment in our McBrayer Park. They've made a huge investment in our East Hampton Community Park. Only part we have not made an investment in is the Rosenwald Park. So I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember White Williams and a second by Councilmember DeShane to deny Resolution 2026-45. All in favor? All opposed?
Abstaining.
I have one abstention.
Yeah, I wasn't here at that meeting.
Sherry, you have to give cause.
Oh, I wasn't at the URA meeting.
Okay. All right. Moving on to agenda item 11B, discussion on citywide implementation of AI in all departments that is unified and integrated for planning, budgeting, predictability, and efficient operation. This is sponsored by Councilmember Mitchell. Council, who, are you gonna make presentation? Okay.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
It's late. It's past my bedtime. So, any mistakes, charge to my heart. Good evening. We're gonna talk about one of everybody's favorite thing, AI. A lot of people don't know a lot about it. If you don't know more than ChatGPT, then this is the talking points for you. As the IT person, department, everything here, I think I'm the best spokesperson to tell you about the things that we are currently using, the things that we should be using, and the things that we need to start with first in implementing AI throughout Hampton. AI, truthfully, is already working throughout this building. I use it a lot. A lot of my server things, how I look at devices, how I look at my servers every day. Every single software is trying to implement AI in some form or fashion. A lot of our different departments, they use ChatGPT, the free version, and as long as they get permission, they're free to use it to enhance their emails, to enhance their documents, to do a lot of things to help them work, quote unquote, easier and faster. Our police department, they use Flock Safety for their license plate readers. They use their Axon body cameras. All these things implement AI, things that we need for safety. Our police department is actually utilizing AI very effectively for our city. The city manager's office, Public Works, and of course IT, we all use ChatGPT. Our finance department, in some cases, customer service, they may use it for emails and small things like that. The clerk's office just implemented software for minutes. I'm sure she's gonna need this after this meeting, but it actually takes voice recording. She can even take the YouTube video, pop it into this program, and it instantly promotes those minutes, and she goes back and she doctors them to make sure that the words are said by the person it said, and it makes her job a lot easier. It's the reason why you got all of those minutes in the beginning of this program.
Excuse me. I need y'all to be quiet, please.
Oh, so currently those are the things that we are using. I'm gonna start talking about the things that we should or could be using. One of the main things I wanna start talking about, well, let's start with the police department. The police department can also utilize and is going to be utilizing more and more AI for safety concerns. Axon is becoming like one of the biggest police department software companies out there. I'm looking into buying their stock because, wow. It's getting huge, and they are implementing AI to make things like dashboards to where cities can communicate with each other with just a push of the button. one of the biggest things we talked about today, I've heard, is the water meter reading system. And we talked about water loss. I've been saying this since I got here, that one of our poor software that we have is that meter reading system. It's slow, it's ancient, and like Alton West said, they even found meters that are 40 years old. So if they found meters that are 40 years old, where does that put our software? Things like that you can't implement AI with. You can't make their job faster. You can't make their job efficient because AI doesn't fit 40 years ago. There was no AI. I think, well, there was no internet. So there's that. Other things that we can be using, we are already using Civic Plus for our clerk, a records management system. That's one of the things that I've heard that we can use to help us record anything and everything. Documentation is always important. Our records for our minutes, our records for our IT department, anything where you can use documentation, AI is out there to help us record those. For our website, if we're using chat bots to answer citizen questions, that is an easy, very easy fix. We're actually already looking into things like that. I'm sorry that you're hot. We turned it down. I guess we got to turn it down some more. Those are things that we can easily and effectively implement right now to help the citizens do things. In our Main Street department, Tova is running that department by herself right now, and sometimes answering the phone. Her phone rings constantly all day, every day. I know it because my office is right by hers. And she's always on the phone, and that doesn't count for the people that's coming in and asking her questions. There's an AI receptionist out there that can actually record phone calls, do reservations for her, tell what's on her calendar, put those things back on her calendar without her having to do anything, which also minimizes her workflow. And AI is not here to replace anyone. When I'm saying these things, I'm saying this as a tool to use with the staff that we have and any future staff that we may have. It's not gonna automatically have robots in here doing things for you. That's not what we want. I'm a big fan of Terminator. I'm not trying to die by robots. But what it does is it partners with us to help us run the city a whole lot better. It also helps our residents to where we're actually doing things faster for them. They got problems. They got things they want us to solve. AI is one of those tools that we could use. Another thing for Public Works, other than the water meter reading, is City Rover. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of that. I actually just heard of that, like just past week. But it actually, you stick this device on a utility vehicle that goes around town, like a trash truck or our sweeper or something, and it actually combs the streets for you while it's working and looks for things like potholes. So before a citizen can even say, hey, there's a pothole in my neighborhood, City Rover already finds that for you. And it actually puts this in a system, and it can also create a ticket for Public Works, so Public Works knows, hey, there's a pothole before you even get a call from any human person. Sorry, I got a lot of notes. I got a 19-page document, but I'm not doing the whole thing. Sorry. I'm just going through these things. So those are some of the future projects that we could be looking at, should be looking at, that is actually helping us. One of the things that me as the IT department is trying to do is, what do we do first? Because you can't just say, oh, I want this software and I want to just put that out there. You can't do that, or you could, but that wouldn't be the safe thing to do. One of the first things is, getting rid of some of this old software that we have. I'm working on that as of right now. I've been working on that since I got here and trying to make sure that we have the software that's out there that can fit us. The second thing, which is I think the most important, other than that, is to have a governance policy. The state of Georgia has its own guiding principles that it goes for AI. I've also taken the training class and got certified for generative AI so that I am the #1 person that's above everybody else. I like to be ahead of the game and ahead of the curve so that if you have questions, got a fan club, if you have questions, I should be the one that can answer it, or if I can't have the or don't have the answers, I can do it later. Your governance gives you security. It makes sure that we're going by law. It makes sure that we're going by the state, and making sure that we're doing everything ethically as well to make sure that our citizens and our city staff is doing things that we should be doing by law. It also makes sure that nothing is creeping into my systems to make my job harder, and that we're not doing things that are safe, because we are working with data, we're working with things that can get out there, and just using things like ChatGPT, Claude, Grok, Any of those things, co-pilot, those things can be dangerous if not properly trained, which is the next thing that we're talking about, because the next point would be training city staff. I myself have been taking these classes because as a way to kind of cut costs, you want to take your IT department and have these classes with your staff, have these classes with your council, so that they are well aware of what's going on within our city. That is so important because we don't have a whole lot of training. You get thrown into something and you're just automatically supposed to know what you're supposed to be doing. That's not what we're trying to do here. We're trying to do things the correct way, because that would be the best point. Bring things right, bring things in right. Whew, sorry, it's a lot. So what I have right now, just to give you a rollout, is the last thing, is implementation. Implementation, the first phase would be maybe 1 to 2 months. It'll be something critical, adopting a governance policy, launching training, establishing IT SOP. We have a personnel policy, but we do not have a policy that is just strictly for IT and its devices. Phase 2, 2 to 3 months, deploying a citizen-facing AI chatbot, something that's easily thrown out there, something that's for us and also for the citizens that may cut down on some of the workload. 3 to 6 months, implementing things like something official. Instead of just ChatGPT here and there, let's make something that is staff-wide, like Copilot, which is Microsoft. It's in our Microsoft tools, and it's a cost of $20 extra per person per license. The next thing would be making sure that we're looking at grants, because you don't want to just throw money at something. I'm not asking for a whole lot of money. What I want to do is I want to see if there's grants out there, because they are. Smart cities, AI managed cities, they want to give you money for these things, and we want to make sure that we're looking for those things so that the city is not spending a lot of money. That's where I'm at.
All right, so you have a plan that you're gonna bring back before us within the next couple of months in regards to some resolutions or for implementation of a document that is, what do you call it?
A governance policy?
Governance policy.
I already have an example made up. I can actually send it to you in your email.
Okay, send it to us in our email so we can start reviewing it, and we will see about getting that approved, because that is going to be the policy that we're gonna be following for our AI implementation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, got a plan. Thank you very much, Michelle.
Madam
Yeah,
Mayor.
I'm do any council, excuse me, Ms. Palmer.
Is this section 6 cost summary your recommendation?
It is. That presentation that you got there in the pink and all that, that's me.
Yeah. Can it be implemented if we approve this tonight?
Again, the first thing that I want to do is do the governance policy. I don't want to implement anything without the governance policy part first.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Any other questions from the council?
I want to thank you very much for your presentation.
He AI driven.
I mean, we spoke before, and so have we, Madam Mayor. We
Yeah.
spoke about this before as well.
It is very important. I don't see any council disagree with it. So I make my short speech. It's very needed. If you look right now, it helpful technology allow employee to reduce tasks, finance department. About a month ago, in a retreat with the finance department couldn't get information that needed fast enough. I don't want a department like take 3 weeks to get a result. I need like 3 minutes or 3 hours, and that's what AI can do for us. You know, as you mentioned, we're not trying to reduce staff. I'm trying to make the workload easier, each one. I'm very passionate about training employees, educate them to be better, and get them certified. If they feel like they need to go to a different job, get better pay, they have the tools to do so. It's not going anywhere. If anyone think that you're gonna go by tomorrow, next 2 years, be gone, it is here for stay for a long time, and it's getting more in depth. So I rest my case there and go forward.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the discussion, Michelle. Moving on to agenda item 11C, consideration and action to approve repairing the roof at the wastewater treatment building, the office lab area at the cost of $4,500 Additionally, the garage/warehouse area is $4,500. Mr.
Mr. King's gonna present
Mr.
that.
King.
It's not a budgeted item.
That's right. Mr. King,
Yes, ma'am.
tell us about this.
When I first started, Keenan brought it to my attention. The worst part is in the warehouse area because it's literally one section about this large where it's practically raining inside the building anytime we have a heavy rain. And then throughout the office areas, there's spots of roof leaks throughout the building. It's a newer roof, so the cost of repair is minimal compared to maybe doing something like this.
So it's two $4,500? One on one building, one on the other
Yes,
building? Okay. Any questions from the council?
I want to thank you for bringing it up. About a month or two ago, I took a tour and I saw you, I met you
Yes,
there
sir.
as well. And I didn't see the other building. So I'm very happy that you brought it to our attention. I was, my delay if not brought it up earlier, but I'm very thankful for that.
Councilmember Meeks?
Where would the funds come from if we
We would have to do a budget amendment, sir.
budget amendment
Yes,
and
sir.
probably fund balance?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That'd be my surmise.
All right, I need to, we don't have a resolution or anything for this, so I need a motion to approve repairing the roofs at the wastewater treatment building, the office lab area at a cost of $4,500, as well as the garage warehouse area for another $4,500.
Madam Mayor, I move we make these repairs for a total cost of $9,000.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Meeks to make the repairs at a cost of $9,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Cheney. Any further discussion from the council?
Yeah, I need to make an amendment to the motion.
Okay.
You need to add to the, the money should be taken from fund balance, specify where it comes from, the budget amendment.
All right. So fund balance is where the money is going to come from. I have a motion to amend the, motion to include money coming from fund balance by Councilmember Mitchell. Do I have a second to amend the motion?
Second, to amend the
I have a
motion.
second by Councilmember Cheney to amend the motion. All in favor of amending the motion? All opposed? 6-0. So we're voting on amending the motion to, the motion is now, we will do the repairs of the roof for a total of $9,000, and the money will come out of fund balance. All in favor? I have a 6-0. Moving on to agenda item 11D, consideration and recommendation by mayor and council on the first read ordinance 2026-11, proposed amendments to Appendix A, Article 2, definition, Article 4, use provision, Article 5, residential district, Article 6, business district, and Article 7, mixed-use district. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
I make a motion, we approve.
I have a motion by Councilmember DeShane to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Meeks. All in, any discussion from the council?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ms. Wanda, could you come up, please? Are we able to add maybe any sort of language? Because I don't think we kind of, or do we need to put any sort of language in it in regards to the gas stations not having any also capability of doing like a charging station for cars at the same time, you know, on the same premise? Do we need to add something
We
like that?
we can add that. I'm not, I don't believe we've addressed it in the current draft. This is the first read, so we certainly can add,
Okay.
if that's something we want to make sure that there's no charging stations. We can do that in the use provisions.
Are we also able to maybe extend it from 1 mile to 2 miles? Would that would it make sense, or would it?
So that's at the pleasure of the mayor and council as far as the distance between, but certainly that can also be updated and it can be brought back before you guys for the final read for you to have those, if that's the direction and mayor and council would like those updates, I certainly can do that.
And that mileage is whether it's across the street or just down on one side, right?
Right, it's
Okay.
clarifies in the ordinance now that it can't be across the street, except for if it's a 10-acre one. But if you want to include, to be sure that I understand, you want 2-mile minimum, whether it's across the street or on the same side. And is that also the distance you want between standalone gas stations and gas stations that are part of a larger development?
Yep.
You still want 2 miles
Mhm.
regardless?
Mhm.
Okay.
So I need to ask a question in regards to that, Ms. Wanda.
Mhm.
So if we were to get a Kroger with a gas pump
Mhm.
with it,
Mhm.
out on 20,
Mhm.
with the gas station that's coming online or coming to be developed, that's already been approved, would we be able to get, we would not be able to get a Kroger with a gas station?
Not with the 2-mile requirement.
What about with the code variance?
So where's this gas station coming on? Where, isn't it by Liberty Square?
No.
We have
Road.
a gas station that's under, at Hampton Locust Grove Road and State
The
Route
one we
20.
talked about a couple of times.
So,
All right, you can bring it back before the council. They can approve it if they choose
Okay.
to. So I have a motion on the floor to approve ordinance 2026-11 by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember Meeks, the first read. All in favor?
Yeah.
Oh,
Public.
I'm sorry, public. I'm sorry, Ken.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Wanda, anybody can apply for a code variance? I think it's $300 if you want to, like, make a petition to do a code variance.
So, variances are pertaining to development regulations. If we choose to adopt the 2 miles, then it would be a text amendment that you would request, which is, negates the fact of you updating your ordinance.
I guess the way I was thinking about it was, if the way it's written now, it's still going to allow gas stations to apply and come in, and then we have to kind of fight every single one. If we make it clear in our ordinance what we want for our town, which is we don't need any more gas stations, then I think a special case where you have a Kroger and they come with, special priced gas, like then the city can decide if we want to approve that, because they could apply for a text variance at that point, maybe where we say we're like specific vendors are allowed, or I don't know, or in this one case we allow it, I don't know. But I just feel like if we write the code the way it's written now, we still have gas stations every mile, and they can potentially be on both sides of the street. If it's a 10-acre site of retail, Kroger or otherwise, and we still have just the potential for more gas stations if it is, within a mile. And that's the thing, it's like, we don't need any more gas stations, I think, for our community's development at this stage. And by leaving that door open, I mean, they're gonna keep coming and wanting to buy this land, because it's they get the first chance to get the best plot and choose, and they'll put one on every corner if they can. So I think it's up to us to really take a clear stance that we don't need any more gas stations unless we decide that, yes, in this case, this is going to be very beneficial for the community to get access to a preferential rate of gas. But really, I don't see us needing more gas stations. And so I think we can be very clear in our ordinance, the recommendations I made. I mean, or, adding a market study requirement. So they have to say, we think your town needs another gas station for these reasons. And they provide the study. We don't pay for it. They have to submit that as part of their application, and increasing it to 2 miles and not allowing it on the opposite side, as well as removing the large-scale retail exception, because that doesn't say if it's, Kroger or Costco. It's any retail. So that could be Ross. And retail, I mean, you could put a data center and add a little store inside of it, call it retail, and now you have another gas station opportunity. The gas stations, they want to keep coming. So that's how I see it. I think we need to take a strong stance as a city to protect development in
Thank
that
you.
way.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Thank
Kennedy,
you.
your time is up.
Thank you, Kendra. I have a motion on the floor to approve ordinance number, we have another one? Okay, I'm sorry, I missed. Yes, Ms.
Well, I'm
Palmer?
for the gas stations. You know, I think that we can close up some of the older ones with the new ones coming. And, we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Because there's some that's gonna be wanting to close because, eminent domain's coming to some places. And they'll be taking it because they're gonna be offered more money, and they're gonna take it and go. But yes, when you have the races out here, that's taxes coming into us, because that's in our city. Any activity over here, we need to be getting the money off the gas as much as we can. So I'm for the gas stations.
Seeing nobody else is, all right. I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember Meeks to approve ordinance number 2026-11. All in favor? All opposed? 6-0. All right, moving on to agenda item 11E, consideration and recommendation by the mayor and council on the first read of ordinance 2026-12 regarding property owners Dion Smith variance request for the property located at 118 Rolling Meadows Court at Hampton, Georgia 30228. The variance number is 260005. Partial ID number is 021E0102200. It is zone R2, single-family resident. The property owner is requesting relief from the required rear yard setback as specified in Article 5, Section 5-3. The property is on R2 to accommodate a swimming pool and associated hardscape. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance 202612.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Meeks and a second by Councilmember Mitchell. Discussion from the council?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think we should because what happens with the piping and all the, you know what I mean? You could never know what happens in the sense that the one resident is saying will spill over into their yard. I mean, if in the winter a pipe breaks underneath, what happens? You know what I'm saying? There's just so much potential that you can't really foresee what could happen and you can't control it. As well as in the packet, I didn't really see if they're an HOA. Are they in Bridgeport? No. If they're an HOA community and if they had gotten any kind of approval from their HOA.
Are they in the HOA community, Ms. Wanda? They are not. I didn't think so. Is that Heritage? It is. Heritage, yes. All right. Any further
Madam Mayor?
discussion from the council?
I do have, I would like to know, Ms. Wanda, the applicant, Mr. Smith, that's requesting the variance, is he meeting all, I mean, I know he's requesting the variance because he's not meeting.
The development
and-
regs.
Right, and the property owner that's behind him voiced his opinion. I would have to agree that we should not approve this because really and truly it should not be up to us exactly what that should look like. But if there's a law or a criteria that the requester, the applicant is not meeting, then I just don't think we should approve it. Because you kind of set a precedent when you do that.
Sure, and staff doesn't make recommendations per se on variances. That's totally, left up to council. Variances are allowances in code because not every lot, not every situation is typical. So the law, the code allows opportunities for property owners that may be encumbered on situations that are very specific to their particular, lot or whatever we're trying to do. And it can be residential or commercial, or it could go across any type of land use. So the question is, this particular lot, it is impaired in the sense that it is not deep. The way the subdivision was platted, it was a shallow lot and very wide. So the rear yard setback that you have to build your house in, the rear yard setback is 40 feet, and it literally is almost in their patio area. So beyond that, you can't build a pool. But our code allows for the construction of accessory buildings right up to the property line, pretty much. And so there's a question that you guys might need to contemplate in the future, where some jurisdictions, if the pool is not in some way attached to the decking, attached with the house, that it's deemed an accessory structure, where it's built out in the middle of the yard and it's allowed to encroach in that rear yard setback. Our code is very specific for swimming pools. It actually was the first time I read it, and I was actually surprised that it had that requirement. So I don't think it's unreasonable for anyone to ask for a variance if it's specific and it's not repeatable, in a sense that it's unique to that property. However, whether or not you feel that this substantiates a unique request, somewhere he couldn't put the pool on the side yard or do something else, that's for you guys to speak with the applicant and try to understand where he got to where he is and why he's asking you guys to consider changing that just for this particular lot.
Is Mr. Smith still here?
He is.
I think he left.
They left.
Oh, he left?
Miss Wanda,
They left.
The neighbor's still here.
how big is that lot? Do you know?
So it's R2. I think that it is, our R2 standard is 25,000 square feet. So it's pretty wide.
Okay. And then for the neighbors that opposed, looking at the diagram that we saw at the 5:30 meeting, are they the house, is their house? You need to come close. Which house is theirs? Is it this one?
It is. It's this one where the check mark is.
Okay, okay. And then we didn't hear anything from the neighbor. There's nothing encroaching on the neighbor right here.
A letter in your package that shows support from both
Okay.
of those homeowners.
Okay.
And Bridge Mill is a little bit uphill, just so you know, related to water and overflow. It's at a higher elevation, so it wouldn't impact it in that way. I think that some of the concern of overflow was the noise that they were concerned about
So
possible.
I was gonna ask for the neighbor that's opposing to come to the podium. Good evening. So I know you stated at the 5:30 public hearing that you were opposing the approval of this variance because of noise and what happens when, you know, people are outside. Right now, do you hear, like, if they are having any type of event at their house,
Okay,
or can you hear the noise?
I hear the noise, but the gentlemen have left, so I don't want to be speaking on it right now. What I want to talk about is, you gonna put your pool closer to my backyard and leave far away from your backyard. Why you gonna put, the law says 40 feet from the property line.
So you do understand that 40 feet from his property line
Right.
goes to his house. So he doesn't have any backyard to put a.
That's not my problem.
But I just want to make sure you understand that.
Right.
Okay.
I pay tax on my property. I'm a law-abiding citizen. So why should I suffer? Because there's gonna be some spillage from that pool. I wouldn't put a pool and wouldn't have a party. It don't make no sense. Yeah, they older people, but they gonna have a party. That party gonna come over to my backyard. And we gonna see, when I call the police, if they gonna come there in 3 minutes. to get these people out of my backyard, okay? So that's the only problem I have with the pool. Is that it's gonna affect me. It's not gonna affect the guy that putting the pool in his backyard, cause he gonna enjoy it. But I'm gonna get that spillage, them long hours when they 12 o'clock at night, they still in the pool.
And noise.
They playing music. I'm trying to go to sleep.
Well,
I already hear the
We have a
music.
noise ordinance.
I already
If you put it in the side yard,
music
that's gonna
back there
happen
now.
anyway.
We have a noise
Right.
ordinance for
So,
that.
I mean, I guess, I'm looking at the diagram and I see, you know, the check mark. Because it's not indicated on here where your property line ends, and Ms. Wanda, maybe that is somewhere that I can see it.
That's what I mentioned in the beginning. It didn't identify. All he did was pull this up off of, I don't know where he pulled it off,
Right,
but he just pulled it up off an app.
but
It didn't show it didn't show the proper line. See, this tells me that he's trying to put this on my property line. When I look at it, that's all it's telling me, that this is on my property line, this is on my property line, just a little bit on my property line. You telling me that it's greenery. It's the trees behind me, but no. To me, it looks like it's on my property line. He wants some of my property.
So, Ms. Wanda, has the applicant, I'm pretty sure he had to have a survey done to know where his property boundaries, correct? Is that part of the application process?
Yes, miss. Do you have the clicker?
I do, I have the clicker. Sorry.
So, yes, ma'am, it is part, and, he has, he has, engaged and had this designed by, an engineer and landscape architect and done a lot of input. I wanted to show this particular exhibit. Where the number says the 149, that's your property line. And that's where he has, this applicant that's not here anymore, he has a fence along that. And then there's, you know, maybe 150, 200 feet of, you know, trees.
Buffer.
His
So-
property.
Yes.
Mhm.
And so the red is where the 40-foot building setback is. So his house is correctly built. It just doesn't afford any area to build a pool. Now, the pool is below the yellow, which is roughly 21 feet from the property line. The squares above it are little pad areas with gravel and stuff like that, impervious, that he was gonna, you know, put, I don't know what, chairs or something like that. I would note that he would be allowed, because it would still be in the side yard, he could put it to the side, but I just want to be clear, as we all are, that will make no difference on the noise.
Right.
So if he puts it here or he moves it to the side yard where he wouldn't need a variance, if there's noise that reaches and becomes a nuisance, then that can be dealt with on code enforcement. However, he's in a different subdivision that has an HOA. This one doesn't. The neighbors in this gentleman's subdivision have written letters in support of the variance request. He's behind it, and this applicant wanted to be a good neighbor, so he reached out to just let him know and to get him here. And so, I don't know if this helps as far as you locate where things are, but.
So if he was to put it in the side yard, is it still behind his fence?
Yeah, he would have to have a fence, just, see, the area where that big green tree is up to the right, if that pool's, shifted down, and he most likely would have to take that tree down. you go in the backyard. It would just be, the decking itself, as you see the square that's in the backyard just adjacent to the, house. If you just imagine sliding that line over and the pool being over there in that side yard, and then the decking and everything could go around it, but, it could fit over there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any further questions from council? Any discussion, discussion from the public? I have a motion on the floor to approve ordinance 2026-12 by Councilmember Meeks and a second by Councilmember Mitchell. All in favor? All opposed? What,
What did
we
I say?
did it already.
I'm sorry.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilman.
I thought she made a motion to deny.
No, no.
No,
No, I
Councilmember
just said
Meeks.
I would have denied it, but
Yeah.
they
Okay,
made their
okay.
motion.
She didn't
I'm
make a
sorry.
motion to.
Councilmember Meeks made a motion to approve. Councilmember Mitchell made, second the motion.
Okay.
All in favor of ordinance 2026-12, raise your right hand. All opposed? I have a 3-3. Yes, I break the tie in favor of ordinance 2026-12. That is the first read. Moving on to agenda item 11F, consideration and approval of first read ordinance 2026-13, amending Article 7, Code of Ethics of Chapter 2, Administration of the City of Hampton Code of Ordinance, sponsored by Councilmember White Williams. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
Madam Mayor, I would like to move that this be tabled until after the Admin and Finance Committee meeting, that it be moved to Admin and Finance Committee, because they're already hearing one thing about ethics, and they'll have the whole kit and caboodle to discuss and to make a recommendation.
All right. I have a motion on the floor to table ordinance number 2026.
Just not to table, to refer to admin.
To refer to the Administrative and Finance Committee, ordinance number 2026-13 by Councilmember Meeks. Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
I have a second by Councilmember Cheney. Discussion from the council. All in favor? Discussion from the public. All in favor? All opposed? I have a 3-3. I break the tie that we move it to Administrative and Finance Committee. So it's a 4-3. Moving on to agenda item G, discussion on and review of existing plans to renovate City of Hampton City Hall due to space, configuration, and current maintenance issue. This is sponsored by Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Mitchell, who is coming to make presentation for you?
I'll go find her.
Ms. Wanda?
Yes, Miss Wanda.
There go Ms. Wanda, Jeff.
Okay.
Sorry.
This is it.
We're talking about the train depot?
No, we're talking about the City Hall renovation.
Yeah.
City Hall?
So, what am I doing? I'm sorry. I don't have any exhibits.
Renovation of City Hall due to space configuration and current maintenance. What we were trying to find out, I know months ago, we were presented with entire redo of City Hall.
Yes.
I believe that is what we also have currently in our package, the entire redo of City Hall.
You have, so starting in 2017, back in precision planning, you have that documentation, just to document how long this has been in discussion. Some of the improvements were made. They have a cost estimate in there that was similar as far as $100,000 to do something different to the roof. And then staff, based on just things that were happening in City Hall, I did a lot of interior layouts for the city manager at the time to consider. They were all mixed and said, we're gonna hire these architects. TSW was engaged, and they did a fabulous layout. They had 3 concepts. We picked, it wasn't just me and the city manager, it was several, included finance department, which was mostly impacted by their current conditions, city clerk, just a lot of input. Came up with that one layout that TSW did. However, that's where it stalled. It kind of did this nice pretty picture. We have this layout. And now what I understand or what we feel is that the most impaired staff currently is the customer service and this wing over here. So the city manager asked me to do a layout again of what that might look like if we were to, what I did on the layout, that if you can find it in your pictures, I moved the offices to the outside wall so we could reconfigure and they could have windows and some actual space for offices punched into the area that is not used right now with a safe, where the safes are, and doing a window wall in between the rooms so you could have daylight coming in, and just reconfigured where the window was. Mr. King has looked at it briefly. Mr. Baker has. We haven't gone any further, but it was conceptual just to show we could create some more space there and do it just minimally improved, along with any improvements that we need based on doors, roofs. I sat in a meeting today with Georgia DOT on Title VI and ADA requirements that was alarming when you think about, I know that Ms. Atwater has always done and kept up with different things on our ADA as far as how we disseminate information, but based on GDOT's requirements, we're gonna have to do a citywide analysis on our ADA compliance with access to our buildings, and there's just a lot of stuff that we as a city, as we grow, when we were under 50 employees, we didn't have to do that. When we get over 50 employees, it kind of kicks it up. So the importance of City Hall for our employees, how they're cared for as a work environment, as well as how we come in and out of the building. The doors, Mr. King has talked a lot about with me, I'm sure with the city manager. So that's kind of, we just need direction as far as, because TSW, if it so pleases the council, TSW has done the work in AutoCAD, right? Or whatever Revit program they use. So they've done all the hard work as far as getting all the dimensions and understanding. They've crawled up in our roof, they know. So if we wanted to move forward and get TSW just to take my rudimentary layout and get a real architect to look at how feasible that is and how cost efficiently we could do that in related to, outlets, computer, any of the idea is to do it as cost effectively as possible. But we don't need to be running around in here pushing walls down without a real plan. And an architect can give that to us and give us a cost estimate so we could actually understand before we put it out to bid what the bid should be coming in and looking like number-wise, so that, it's effective.
Mr. Mitchell?
One of the main reasons why I request this item, but not the whole package, what I see right here, is only for the finance department area, because if you walk in finance, you see possible mold in the ceiling.
Sure.
And that's very dangerous for the employees. And I'm a big supporter of supporting the employees as much as I can. And the working condition need to be improved in those areas so they can be more effective.
Yeah.
So I am requesting the council to take a deeper look of repairing the finance department area, because that's where, I'm telling you, that's where the money at. that all the money come in that area there, so we gotta maintain that area as well.
My department brings in quite a bit.
I understand. So, we have to make sure the employee is safe, and if we don't fix those issues and those molds, employee gets sick, and there's more liability to the city and staff as well.
Okay, I have a question, because I'm looking through our package. I see that we have some pricing for roofs, some for doors, things of that nature. In my mind, the first thing we need to take care of is the roof. We need to stop this water from coming in. I'm assuming it's coming in through the roof.
I agree. Yes, ma'am. When I first started here, they brought that to my attention about finance. So the rain was literally coming down the wall in the drive-through window. So we went up and did a patch. It stopped it, but unfortunately, water is going to find the least resistance. So it just moved down the hallway, and now the break area is running down the wall anytime there's a hard rain. So all you got to do is look up, and there's water leaks everywhere. So I
the
don't
first
think
thing we need is a roof.
Yes, ma'am.
And this package that you have in here for a roof on this building is $119,000. Is that what you're
Right. I
saying?
went out and I acquired a few quotes. I would still need to get one more,
But
yeah.
I see it's from the same company that you're gonna do the roof over at Public Works.
Well, they're one of the companies that came in and looked at not just these two buildings, but pretty much all of our roofs. And I looked at another company, and I'm going to try and source one more. But I didn't want to get too far ahead and continue to do all that if we didn't have the support to do it.
Well, I think like the building gotta quit leaking. This is to me, a no-brainer. That the building gotta quit leaking. If that is the case, we need to repair the roof first before we start demolition in here, because, or simultaneous or something.
May I just take a minute?
Let me
I
say
don't
this,
know,
it's not a repair, it's a replace.
Yeah, replace it. You gotta replace the whole
It can't be
thing.
repaired.
I think we should figure out the overall plan first of how, are we gonna move forward with what was presented to us months ago with the renovation of City Hall before we start replacing a roof. We did it on 24 Main, and that building will be coming down for demolition. That was $115,000 gone to waste. So before we start, I'm not saying we don't need to replace the roof, we do. But I think we also need to make a decision on what we're going to do with this building. And if the design calls for or allows for us to do the roof first, we need to do it first, because I don't think we need to start tearing off the roof, and now we're gonna start moving HVAC systems on the roof. It all has to make sense. So I think we need to figure out that piece first, and if we can do the roof, once we figure out the overall plans, then the roof will be the first thing we tackle.
So I think the recommendation from Councilmember Mitchell was for us to tackle inside was just this finance side. So these plans that we have is for the totality of this building. So we need to go back to the drawing board and get what we want to repair or want to fix over here. Am I right? Is that what you were saying? So, I think that's probably the starting point, but did I hear something about buckets?
Oh, yes. We have buckets up in the attic that we have to empty every time after the heavy rain. We got sheet metal diverting water. You've got some structural issues with some of the beams up there. So.
Okay. So
Mayor Tarpley.
We don't have a whole lot of time to make a decision. Yes, Councilmember Mitchell?
I'm recommending to the council, anything they decide, but make sure we help the employees, like fix those issues, that main issues, or the roof that require to get done for the safety of the employees. But if they don't wish to do anything further, it's fine. At least they start something to make sure the employee is safe.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. If we do the roof, it stops the water from leaking in the building.
Yes, ma'am.
Then the council needs to decide on if you're gonna renovate inside of the building.
what I think also we need, I think we should have was the roof professionally patched? Or did we have?
The first time it was.
Okay.
And the leak came out, and we went up and did it. It wasn't professionally patched, no. We did it the best we could, but again, it's not just there. That's the worst part, but every room in here has got roof leaks.
Right.
Can I say something? I'm not an engineer, but I feel that the age of this building, it has more issues than than we are aware. I'm just, from a personal standpoint, at our school, we had to shut our school down because of the roof was leaking, there was mold, they had to go through a lot of different things. So if the roof is leaking and there's mold and mildew, there's a lot of issues in this building. So, we need to look at the whole picture. We need to look at a lot of different things, and safety and health and safety, and so not just looking at that roof, but there's probably a lot of other issues in the walls and floors.
There's issues with the doors. I mean, they're from 1985. And in the short time I've been here, we had to fix them in-house 2 times. So my theory is that one day we might not be able to, and you're going to come up here and there's going to be a big piece of plywood out there, and you're going to have to come in the other door.
So that is why I think as council, we need to move swiftly on moving forward with the entire renovation project. First thing we need to do, if there's mold, we need to take care of that issue. We can't have employees come to work. I wouldn't want to live in a moldy condition, so I know they don't want to come to work in one. So I think there's a couple things here. One, the health and safety of our employees and the citizens that come in and out this building all day. 2, I think we need to patch the roof. Not a full replacement, but just try to patch it, and then while that is happening, council can make the decision on moving forward with the renovation. I just don't want us to spend $120,000 only for us to renovate, and the architect's like, well, you gotta do the roof all over because now your mechanicals need to be moved. So that's just my take on it.
There's probably a lot of issues, electrical, and, it's the domino effect. I mean, I'm not an engineer, like I said, but I know there's some issues, and, to invest a lot of money in here, and we may have to eventually move out of the building, so there's some things we need to discuss and look at.
Okay, so we want to try to just fix the drive-through area for now? Is that what I'm...
Just a discussion.
If the council wishes, as I'm the only person, everyone have their own seat. If that's the stage that the council wishes to do, to make sure that employers are safe, I'm fine with it. But we can't stall on it and let the employees, maybe in the hospital or, something like that, affect them.
If it would help, because, I know we're talking, we don't have any really hard numbers, right? And so what we might do is take the drawing, the full reno that TSW did. I think it works really great, and the aesthetics, if everybody likes it, we can at least take it and ask them to give us preliminary cost estimate, so you guys will have at least an idea of what you're talking about on renoing, because even if you move somewhere else, you can resell the building if it's functional and it works. At least you have a jumping off point to say you're looking at, $1 million, or you're looking at $10 million, or to give some type of idea for you guys to make a decision on how much money, you want to afford for this renovation, because you have money in the budget for City Hall renovation still.
Can I ask a question? Mr. King, when you got the estimates for the roof, just for the roof, did they tell you about moving HVAC or anything like that? That they were gonna have to, that they were gonna need to? Did they say any of that?
No. The only way I could see, for the most part, the AC, we did some work on it. It's it's working fairly well. And even if you, in my opinion, even if you did replace the roof and for whatever reason we had to go to a larger system, it wouldn't be that much of an impact on the roof to do that.
So I think, I want to make sure, your question to Mr. King, I want to make sure there's no confusion. I'm not questioning whether the HVAC system needs to be moved now if we did a replacement. My concern is when we do renovate the building, the design is going to change.
That's right.
So the HVAC could be here now, but when we do the new design, the HVAC could be on this side. So I think, of course, they're not gonna have to move the HVAC to do what they need to do now if we go for replacement. But we need to keep in mind, this building, once it's renovated, it's gonna be a totally different layout. So the last thing we wanna do is put a whole new roof on this building that's not going to fit, it's not going to work with the design of the building.
And to your point, the roof that's on it now has an internal gutter. You don't have gutters on the outside. It's internal. That's why they have these issues with the drainage. So one of the concepts that Precision had was a pitch roof, right? That gave more attic room so the utility work, whatever, could be, accommodated. TSW's is it looks like a flat roof, but it's still pitched, the way that they were talking to us about the configuration. So to your point, if the HVAC needs to move, right now, the problem is, at least what the architect said, and I know there's a challenge with space, there's not a lot of space, a clear story between where the ceiling is and the roof, just the way the building was designed. So, again, it might be to get a swag on how much the plan is, if y'all like that, but also say, what is our temporary measure to put some type of cover over the roof now that we have that is cost effective and keeps the water off, but is not permanent? Like a tent or
A big
a
blue tarp.
A blue tarp. Yeah.
That's the most cost effective.
It's not an easy fix, and it's certainly not a quick fix, but we we had a remediation on mold because actually where Michelle is in the city clerk's office had a lot of mold there, and we actually had to evacuate and tent that area to kill the spores and all that stuff, and that was done, who's here? Nobody's here. Was it a year ago? Yeah, maybe 18 months or something like that. And then we had some mold here that they remediated, but they said it wasn't airborne and it was treatable with surface cleaning, that kind of thing. So it wasn't, and it was by an outfit that's what they did. So.
And I've even had reports from people in the restroom sitting on the toilet and there's water falling on their head. So, and that's the truth.
Yeah. So it sounds like the council has a decision to make in regards to what type of renovation we are going to be doing within a city hall, within the city hall, how we want it to be configured, put it out for a swag to get some numbers on that inside, because we know we're gonna have to have an entire roof replacement. That's a no-brainer. We know that. So is that what we're talking about doing, everybody?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
They're gonna give you the portion over there. She's gonna.
It'll be all of it.
Yeah. They'll give us a design for all of it, but we need to make sure that if we just wanna do one section of this building, we need to have that proposals too as well.
I think our packets contain
It
three
did.
different
It did, different
renderings.
ones, 3 different ones.
Yes, and one rendering is just bumping out over
Yeah.
here in the drive-through, and the other ones are extensive.
It is a good idea to have that so we can decide what approach that we can take if we're gonna
Make an investment.
make an investment or whatever needs to be taking place.
All right. No further discussion on that agenda item. Moving on to agenda item 11H, Consideration and action to approve Resolution 2026 to approve a 50-year intergovernmental agreement with the Spalding County Water Authority for the assumed responsibility for all future relocation as needed of the 20-inch water main installed within the Georgia Department of Transportation right-of-way along Highway 1941 from Mailer Road to north to Henry Spalding County line. Mr.
Yes,
West.
ma'am, Madam Mayor. Admittedly, that'll be finalized tomorrow when we meet with Spalding County and Cedar Griffin. But it is as it reads. I mean, I don't foresee anything happening in 1941 in that time frame. I mean, it hasn't for years, but we would be responsible for moving it if indeed the DOT deemed it necessary to do so, or if there had any expansion in 1941 in that area. It's about 1,052 feet from Mayo Drive to the line.
All right, I need a motion to approve resolution approve or deny resolution 2026-41.
Mayor, I made a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Mitchell and a second by Councilmember Meeks to approve resolution 2026-41. Discussion from the council.
Yes.
Yes.
So is this something that Equinix is going to be responsible, when it says we're responsible?
No,
So
ma'am.
we are responsible for it.
Be the city.
So this would be the city.
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is going to be our asset.
Once
It's
it's
gonna
turned
belong
over
to us
Yeah.
from, once it's transferred. It'll
Yes,
belong
ma'am.
to us.
The only
Okay.
thing that would be Spalding County property would be the actual meter, obviously, because that'll be that meter coming from Spalding side of the line. But yeah, that will be our asset.
Any other questions from the council? Any discussion from the public? All in favor? All opposed? I have a 6-0.
Thank you.
Moving on to agenda item 11I, consideration and action to approve resolution 2042. So I believe this item needs to come off the agenda.
Yes, ma'am, it does.
All right.
But we don't qualify for that one, unfortunately.
Okay, so we will not hear this resolution today. As it's been stated, we don't qualify for this particular grant. Moving on to agenda item 11J, consideration and action on the adoption of resolution 2026-43 regarding the property owners J. Amby 25 LLC request to dedicate property for public use to the City of Hampton portion of parcel number 040-0105-0000, consisting of 0.366 acres, Hampton, Georgia 30228. Ms. Wanda.
You want to qualify the acreage on this particular item is actually 0.287. That was a update when we got the actual survey. This is property that is part of the gas station site, 6 acres. It is, consists of a stream and stream buffers. It's really undevelopable, but it's in a location that would provide the city, if we need it in the future, access to our new sanitary sewer line that's in GDOT right-of-way. It also is at a low part that city manager, myself and the mayor have been talking about possibly taking one of our lift stations offline and converting it to gravity, and it would afford possible gravity line down this draw, and that could connect for future sewer. So it's a public dedication of land for future use. However, at this point in time, it's not an urgency on our part to accept it. The attorney at the time had sent something to me and indicated that they would recommend, instead of us doing it as a quick claim deed, that we would do it as a different, I can't remember the language, form of transfer as far as the legalese of the property. So if the city council, the applicant, the property owner, if you guys are not interested in the property, they won't go forward and do what they need to do on, the title search and all this stuff and expend the money if it's not something you're interested in. If you are, they'll go ahead and move forward with the initial recommendations that the attorney made that they wanted you guys to have and for it to be a better legal transfer of property.
All right, so this item actually is going to improve our system. We're gonna be able to take possibly take off a pump station and have gravity flow in that area, is that correct?
It is set up because of it where it is topographically. If we did a gravity line that eventually went under 20 and served the other side of Henderson Farms, there's greater possibility of use for that than it just sitting to be not used at all. And so their multi-use trail, just to show the whole picture, they're required to install a multi-use trail on their property that's along State Route 20 that runs parallel to 20. That's part of our trails plan. It came to that part, but they were not able to, just based on state law, to put a pathway over the creek. It would have to have been some kind of bridge crossing. If the city moved forward and had the property and the city wanted to do something, there's more allowances for city improvements in stream buffers and things like that than private development. So the trail system could also run along the sewer easement and tie back into one of our senior center, our senior
Communities.
yes.
Okay.
So there's potential. There's just like when the city took property from the Penleys over off of State Route 20 at East King on that side where the roundabout is. There's a corner there that Jim Chapman didn't want. The Penleys donated it to us, even for the future. If we wanted to have one of our gateway signage there, then we could have it. And so it's a similar kind of little piece of property that is not of value to anybody, but it might be great value to us.
Okay. I need a motion to approve or to deny
Madam,
resolution.
Matt, from my understanding, if I go out Hampton Locust Grove Road
Mhm.
to 20,
Mhm.
this property is on my right.
Mhm.
The former Ablett property that has
Mhm.
been, okay, got you. Thank you.
Mhm. I need a motion to approve or to deny resolution 2026-43.
I make a motion to approve resolution 2026-43.
Second.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Cheney and a second by Councilmember Meeks to approve resolution 2026-43. Any further discussion from the council?
Yeah, so the variance, well, it's the variance, I don't have my whole packet.
It's not
because
a
I could-
variance.
It's not a variance.
This isn't a variance, this is just a property transfer
Okay.
resolution.
All right,
Yeah, no
okay.
variance. All right?
They're giving us a
They're
quarter
gonna
acre.
give us a-
Okay.
yeah,
Dedicate.
yeah, dedicate.
Okay.
Any comments from the public? All in favor? I have a 6-0. Moving on to agenda item 11K, consideration and action to approve resolution 2646 to launch an investigation into the self-dealings and malfeasance of Councilmember Pamela DeShay, sponsored by the mayor. This resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Hampton, Georgia, authorizing an investigation pursuant to section 2.15 of the city of Hampton charter into alleged conflict of interest, ethical violations, improper participation in city business, self-dealings, improper use of office, procurement, irregularity, coercion, and malfeasance in office, authorizing the initiation of ethics proceeding pursuant to the Article 7 of the City of Hampton Code of Ordinance, directing the evaluation and pursuing of appropriate civil remedies, reserving the right to evaluate whether the alleged conduct constitute a violation of the council member's oath of office and related matters, authorizing city officials to implement this resolution for other lawful purposes. Whereas the city of Hampton, Georgia is a municipal corporation duly organized and existing under the state of Georgia, and whereas the duly elected governing authority of the city is the mayor and city council thereof, and whereas the mayor and the city council of the city of Hampton have a fiduciary obligation to protect the public trust, ensure compliance with the city charter, code of ordinance, and laws of the state of Georgia, and safeguard the property expenditures of public funds, the proper expenditures of public funds. And whereas Section 2-116 obligates the mayor and chief executive officer and general superintendent of the affairs of the city to see that the laws and ordinance are enforced and cause any officer to be prosecuted for neglect or violation of duties or immoral conduct. And whereas Section 2.15 of the city charter authorized the mayor and city council upon adoption of an authorized resolution to make inquiries and investigations into the affairs of the city and the conduct of any department, officer, agency, officer, employee, and officer of the city. And whereas Section 2.14 of the city charter established standards governing conflict of interest, disclosure of financial interest, participation in matters involving financial interest, and malfeasance in office. And whereas Article 2, Division 8 of the Code of Ordinance established ethical obligations applicable to public service, including prohibition against using public office for private gain, conflict of interest, coercion, improper participation in matters involving financial interest, and failure to disclose. And whereas information has been presented to the mayor alleging that Councilmember Pamela Deshane, a city elected official, may have owned, operated, managed, controlled, or possessed a financial interest in a private business that received compensation in the amount of $225 on 4/3 of 2026 and $365 on 9/8 of 225 on 4/3 of 2026 and $365 on 9/8 of 2023 from the city of Hampton. And whereas allegations have been made that such officials recommended, directed, encouraged, influenced, or otherwise participated in the selection and use of said business by the city of Hampton, and whereas allegations have been made that such transaction may have occurred without disclosure of financial interest as required by the city charter and code of ordinance, and whereas allegations have been made that city funds may have been expended without compliance, without applicable contracting, purchasing, authorization, disclosure, ethics, procurement, and administrative requirement. And whereas the mayor and the city council found that a thorough investigation is necessary to determine the truth of such allegations and protect the integrity of the municipal government. And whereas if substantial and submission of payment for services not properly disclosed by constitution violation of the state of Georgia includes self-dealing, embezzlement, breach of oath, and malfeasance in office. And whereas the mayor and the city council finds that the alleged conduct is sustained, if sustained, may also constitute a violation of Article 7 Code of Ethics of the City of Hampton Code of Ordinance, including without limitation Section 2-292, which prohibits using public office for private gain, Section 2-219, which prohibits financial interest that conflicts with a public servant's responsibility, Section 2-298, which prohibits public service from using his or her position in ways to coerce or give the appearance of coercing a city employee, an appointed official of the city, or a contract employee to provide any benefits to him or her or to person with his or her immediate family, Section -304. Members of the city council shall disclose the nature of any interest or benefit he or she has at the time such matter is presented to the city council for discussion or for action. Such disclosure shall be recorded into the minutes of the meeting and become part of the public record. Following any disclosure made pursuant to this code of ethics, the members shall not participate in the ex parte communication with other members regarding the matter at hand and other applicable provisions of the city code of ethics. And whereas the mayor and the council further finds that the alleged conduct is sustained, if sustained, may be inconsistent with the oath of office taken by the council member Pamela Deshane and with the fiduciary responsibility owed to the citizens of the city of Hampton. And whereas the mayor and city council desire to protect the integrity of public funds, preserve public confidence in municipal government, and ensure that all appropriate criminal, civil, administrative, and ethical remedies are considered and pursued as warranted by the facts and applicable laws. And whereas the mayor and council acknowledge that no final determination has been made regarding whether any crime, civil, or ethical violation has occurred, and that any person accused of wrongdoing is entitled to all procedural protection and due process afforded by law. Now therefore it is resolved that the mayor and the city council of the city of Hampton as follows. that there will be a scope of the investigation. The investigation shall include, but not limited to, determining whether any person engaged in conduct constituting a conflict of interest failed to disclose a direct or indirect financial interest as required by the city charter or code of ordinance, participated in, influenced, recommended, directed, negotiated, authorized, or otherwise facilitated any transactions in which that person had a financial interest, used public office for private gain, engaged in self-dealings or conduct creating the appearance of self-dealing, improperly influenced, directed, pressured, or attempt to coerce any city employee, department head, appointed official, contract employee, city manager, or other representative of the city, violated section 2.14 of the city charter, violated any provision of the city ethics code, violation of purchasing, procurement, contracting, bidding, authorization, accounting, financial control, or expenditure requirement, violated section 2-3 of the city charter concerning interference with administration, concealed a financial interest or violation of conflict of interest provision of the city charter, engaged in conduct constituting malfeasance in office, cause the city to enter into any transaction or arrangement that may be voidable under the city charter. Records to be reviewed, all relevant invoices paid, payment records, purchase order, contract, travel authorization, financial records, email communication, ethics disclosure, council minutes, city manager's record, procurement records, and other documents relevant to this investigation. Demands for reimbursement and recovery, the city manager in coordination with the finance department is hereby directed to issue a written demand to the council member Pamela DeShay requesting reimbursement to the city of Hampton in an aggregate amount of $225 for purchases on 9/9 and $365 on purchase order 0905876, together with any additional amount determined to be owed within 5 business days following receipt of such demand. In the event reimbursement is not made within the period specified herein, or if additional public funds are determined to have been improperly obtained, the city manager is in consultation with the city attorney shall pursue all available civil remedies, including without limitation actions for restitution, unjust enrichment, money had and received conversion, and other claims authorized by the state of Georgia. Ethics complaints pursuant to section 2-307 and 2-309 and 2-310 of the City Code of Ordinance, and the City Council hereby encourages and authorizes any members of the council or any citizen of the city to file a written complaint with the city clerk alleging such violation of the City Code of Ethics as may be supported by the facts and applicable laws. Upon receipt of any such complaint, the city clerk shall process the complaint in accordance to section 309. An evaluation of additional remedies, the city attorney is directed to evaluate whether the alleged conduct is substantial, constitutes a violation of the council member's oath of office, or otherwise warrant additional proceedings authorized by Georgia law and advised by the city council accordingly. Preserving the records for the city manager, the finance director, the city clerk, and all other officers and employees of the city are hereby directed to preserve all documents, electronic records, email, financial record, reimbursement form, and materials related to the matter. No final adjudication, nothing in this resolution shall be construed as a final finding or adjudication that Councilmember DeShane committed any crime, civil, or ethical violation. This resolution is intended solely to authorize referral, investigation, recovery of public funds, and the evaluation and pursuant of the law, authorizing the implementation of by the mayor, city manager, city clerk, city attorney, and all other appropriate city officials are hereby authorized and directed to do such further action and execute such document as may be necessary or desirable to carry out the intended purpose. Public record, the city clerk shall maintain the resolution in the office official public records of the city and shall incorporate it into official minutes of the city council meeting at which it is adopted. Repeals also, all resolutions or parts of resolution in conflict with this resolution are hereby repealed to the extent of such conflict. Effective today's date, if we were to approve resolution 2646. I placed this item on the agenda after finding out that we had some council members that had been doing some business deals with the city of Hampton, and we definitely know that we are not able to do any type of business without full disclosure in a city council meeting. And I was not aware that I saw the check that I believe Mr. Baker signed in April to approve flower arrangements for his breakfast dinner or breakfast gathering from when he was welcomed in, along with another receipt for Mr. Shane. And so this is just to launch the investigation, to gather all information, to see if this is actually a self-dealing and a malfeasance in office. Can I get a motion to approve Resolution 2646?
I make a motion that we deny.
All right, I have a motion by Councilmember DeShane.
Second.
And second by Councilmember White Williams that we deny 2646. Any discussion from the council?
Yes.
Yes.
In the motion you read, and this, I know mine is coming up next, but in the motion you read that, I'm sorry, the resolution. Page 2, let's see. 6th whereas, it states section 2-304, well, let me back up. Yes, section 2-304. The member of the city councils shall disclose the nature of any interest or benefit he or she has at the time such matter is presented to the city council for discussion or action. We never had, this never came up for a vote for the council. There was no consideration in action. Councilwoman Duchenne was not originally even supposed to help with flowers. This was something that occurred at the last minute. So I'm not sure how this could even stand on its face when the resolution clearly states that she should have disclosed this if this came to council. It never came before council at all. So to recommend this for an investigation, to me, is a moot point, because what was there to disclose? It was, if you look at the meeting minutes, I do believe at the council meeting, I said that we were going to have, this was the February meeting, we were going to have a welcome reception breakfast for Mr. Baker. There was no vote taken. There was no consideration in action. As a matter of fact, I think I said it in our positive happenings. So to try to bring forward this resolution when there was never the opportunity for Ms. Duchenne to disclose that she was the owner. I mean, even in that council meeting, she didn't know at the time that she was going to be asked to help with flowers for that day. So I don't see how this resolution can go forward. If it did come to a vote and she did not disclose or recuse herself from a vote, yes, but that clearly did not happen here.
I have something to say.
Councilmember DeShane.
So, do you have checks or purchase orders that were made to me, Pamela Duchenne personally, that I'm like to show that I'm self-dealing? Do you have any sort of audio tape saying that I coerced anybody?
So
or
that's what an
influenced?
investigation will bring forth.
So you're just bringing this, you're just saying this?
It was presented, yeah.
You're just
so-
saying this
Yes.
without,
So it
without
will-
knowing there's coercion? You're just saying there's
No,
coercion?
no, the information that I gathered, it does have a check for your business.
Yeah, it has a check for my business.
That's right.
So, Ms. Tova, could you come forward, please?
And also, while Tova's coming, you're trying to have her investigated for $365 payment. She wasn't even on council in September 2023.
Exactly.
So,
So this whole thing
that-
should be even thrown out
I
because
mean, that,
this
to
is-
me,
this
that
is
is,
false
on
statement.
council in
but
2026.
you have in the resolution
But you
two
have
checks.
One from
That-
2023.
That, to me, that is reaching. Any judge would throw that out because you're trying to punish her from something she did as a private citizen / business owner.
And if that's the case, are you going to punish every single business owner who's done business with the city? Because I was a private citizen in 2023. Weren't we
We were all
campaigning
campaigning.
in 2020, in September?
We didn't take
But
off
anyway,
until January 2024.
Ms. Tova,
Yes.
why does Hummingbird Flowers, why did they present a invoice?
Because the original, Ms. Atwater was in charge of the welcome reception. Ms. Atwater wasn't here, she was out of town, so she asked me to help with the event. I got Michelle's card and went to Sam's Club to get flowers, but they only had a few. So I bought the ones they have, but it was not enough to create the arrangements for the table. At that time when we got back, it was on a Sunday night. Nothing was open, nothing was available. So the welcome reception was gonna be that next morning. So I called Councilwoman DeShane and asked her if she would be willing to help pull some stuff together, and if she would be willing to help make the arrangements. She said, yes, I'll do it. I said, well, I have to leave. She said, well, I'll do some tonight. You can meet me in the morning and I'll help you finish setting up. That morning, I got there. She had did most of the flowers. I think maybe we had to do a couple more. She brought more flowers because we did not have enough. It was only a little bit of flowers that we had. So she was there. She put the flower arrangements together. 12, 13 to be exact, and they were really big flowers arrangements. So she put them together and we put them on the tables. I asked her because I had already asked other business owners downtown to do something for the actual welcome breakfast.
Who were the other business owners that contributed to the reception?
Michelle with Rutabagas and Amore with Awake and Drip.
Okay, so you had three downtown businesses that contributed towards a City of Hampton event.
Mhm.
Okay.
So, to be clear, did Councilman Pondichet come to you about purchasing flowers from her?
No, I went to her.
You went to her?
Mhm.
Okay, all right.
Did I coerce you? Did I tell you, threaten you that if you don't use flowers from me, I'm going to do something to maybe have your job jeopardized?
Absolutely not.
You came to me
Right,
on a Sunday,
I did.
on a day that I was closed. And let me say this as well. This was Sunday, February 15th, the day after the busiest day in my shop, Valentine's Day, when she called me. And I was tired. But because of the city and doing something for the city that she needed help, I said, okay, I would come and help her on that day. And on Monday when I'm closed, come and help her. Does the city have a policy to support local businesses?
As a Main Street community, we are supposed to use Main Street or use businesses in the community, preferably downtown, because they actually request us to do that so we can work on economic development, which is the economic development part of the city. So they want us to use businesses. It's a part of the Main Street motto for us to use businesses. It's in the vitality part, so we're helping to stimulate the economy and help to grow the business even more, or help with the businesses that are in our local communities.
Clerk Michelle, when every year that I have to sign my affidavit, do you see that I list hummingbird flowers on my application when I do it? Could you pull it up actually and tell, and do you have it to pull it up?
No, I would have to go in and get, I would have to go get one of your affidavits or something.
So because I can't believe that this is the first that the city of Hampton knows that I'm the owner of Hummingbird Flowers, that they're coming to me and asking me to provide a service and a product for them.
Thank you for that, Prime Chair. I was about to ask a question. Normally, any elected official that with an fiduciary responsibility have to be put on a system if you have business. What concerns me, for me, when I look at this, if you did approach her, then you violate the policy.
So,
But you did, to me, she said you did not.
No, I did not.
No, so.
So, also, I want to say that the mayor's asking me to pay back money from the city ordering product from my small business. To me, makes this, like, she's putting the city in a position where, what is it out to do, scam its small businesses? Like, I mean, you're asking for payment back on 2 invoices where one I think had a purchase order from Rashida for it. You got the product, and this is 3 years ago, when I wasn't even on council. But you're asking for me to pay the money back in 5 days. So what about the product? Are you able to give the product back as a city? Are you able to give my time back that I spent making those arrangements back to me? If I give back money, are you able to give back my stuff? Does the city have a policy or an ordinance or a charter, anything that says that the city should not do business with its small businesses on Main Street? And is there something in the charter when you are coming to run for an elected official that it says if you own a small business in the city, you can't? Because if you're doing business with the city, then you're going to be held liable for malfeasance and self-dealing? I'm asking, since you brought it, I'm asking you.
So our charter and our ordinance clearly tells you, you can do business as a small business in downtown all you want to. You just can't do it sitting on the council.
No.
When you become a council member.
Where does that say that?
When you become a council
No,
member.
it does not say
You
that.
have to fully disclose when you are doing business with the city of Hampton.
Show me where that says that.
You have a business.
Pull it up.
And your business, you have a business and you are an employee of the city of Hampton. You used to get flowers and bring them for free all of the time. Did Councilmember DeShane, when you asked her about making these flowers, tell you what the cost of it was gonna be?
She told me it would be a cost because I was approaching her on Sunday night after Valentine's, so she would have to pull some stuff together, and that she's normally not there on Mondays.
I get it. Did she tell you what the cost was?
She told me it would be a cost though.
She told you it was gonna be a cost. And you continued to proceed with getting the flowers from her because you felt like she was a Main Street business.
Well, because I got everything from Main Street businesses, from the food to the coffee and everything. And during the reception, I let everyone know that it was Main Street businesses.
She sure did.
That I used to do all of the things for the reception.
She did say hummingbird flowers.
And at that time, Councilmember DeShay didn't say that she was the person that was providing the flowers.
She said hummingbirds.
Everybody knows Hummingbird Flowers is Councilwoman Duchesne, and she said it on the dais. She talked about how busy her Valentine's
So
season
are we saying that if you are a business owner here in the city of Hampton, that it's all right for us to not disclose to the city that you're doing business?
How did
with
I
the
not
city?
disclose? I fill out a form saying every year that Hummingbird Flowers is owned by me.
Yeah,
So
but
how-
that's not a
But
disclosure.
how would she have disclosed it to the council?
And if it doesn't come to the
if-
council?
It's supposed to come to the
But
council,
how
that's the
would-
point.
So
But-
isn't
but
that
it
something
didn't-
under your purview, that as the director, you have a budget that you had to come back, did you have to bring that to council to get a vote on it?
No.
For-
No, I didn't, but I'm the coordinator, and at the time, the very next day, I spoke with Miss Grace, and she said that just make sure you get, because I needed to know how to do it, and she said just make sure you get your invoice, and when you get your invoice, do your check refund and turn it in, so.
How to
I
do
didn't-
what?
How to pay, like, how do I pay
You
her?
were paying other vendors already,
Right.
right? So
Right.
why did you need to find out from Ms. Grace how to do her?
Because I had already talked about doing using the other people. I was using her at the last minute.
I get it, but
Okay.
is the process not the same?
For businesses, it is, but
Right.
I want it to be clear for me. So for a business, it is, and it was in Hummingbirds, the invoice. I took it straight to finance, so.
So can I ask the mayor a question? Because you're saying she should have disclosed at the last minute, you wanted us to have a council meeting? I mean, who was she going to disclose it to?
I actually just wanted her to not do business with the city.
Okay.
Oh, is that
But-
what you're trying to do? You're trying to prevent Hummingbird
I would
Flowers from
prefer
doing
that-
business
that
with the
The
city?
council member not do business without, in
Could
the
you,
city.
could you
without
show
the
me that in
council.
writing, that it says that? Please, show it to me, give
So
it to me.
that's what the investigation
No,
will
but
show.
if you have it up for investigation, how
That's what the
are they
investigation will
gonna
show.
show it if it's not in the charter already?
That's what the
Are we going
investigation will
to, are we
show.
going to change the charter before the investigation? I mean, to me, it doesn't make sense, and disclosure, if that is the key word.
This just, to me, this just sounds like it's retaliatory, and she's just trying to put a blemish on my name, because she's not sure if I'm running for my seat again next
You're
year,
the one
and
that-
she wants
that
to already
used
come
her
up.
office
Mr.
for
Devlin,
financial gain.
Mr. Devlin, you were on.
Not me.
You were on city council, and you own a business downtown Main Street. Did the city ever use your business?
Yeah, we did Cops Day.
You did Cops Day. Is that so, Miss?
Did Mr. Cleveland come to the police department for services? Or did the police department go to Mr. Cleveland for Cops Day?
It was not Cops Day, it was ice cream with a cop.
Okay, so,
One of my staff coordinated it, but I believe they went to Mr. Cleveland to where we wanted.
did the city pay Mr. Cleveland?
I think the way we did it is the same way we did the Awaken Drip. We'd have people come in, and as long as they shared time with a police officer, like, we paid the tab at the end of the.
Okay,
That's the best of my recollection.
But ultimately, the city paid Mr. Cleveland for coffee with a cop or whatever it is, right? So it's the same thing.
We paid like the tab.
But you
Right.
paid,
Welcome.
there were
But you-
funds paid to
Right,
Mr. Cleveland.
city funds.
Did the mayor ever bring up a resolution that you should not be doing? Because she was the mayor at the time, right?
Yes, no, she did.
Exactly.
Because I wasn't aware that they were, I wasn't aware. that-
So I think the mayor's point is disclosure, that it didn't come to council, it wasn't disclosed to council. I didn't know we needed to waste our time to have a council meeting to vote on flowers. I'm sorry.
I have a question.
Hold on one second, Melissa. But I clearly recall, well, I wasn't on council, but I found some meeting minutes where in 2023, January 3rd, 2023, the council, where Mayor Tarpley was the mayor, passed a resolution to give $2,500 to the Hampton Affordable Housing Initiative, which comes through the Hampton Housing Authority. Michelle, can you pull that up?
Can I go sit?
Yeah, you can sit.
Thank you.
That $2,500 is an extension to the Hampton Housing Authority that the mayor's sister is the executive director of. And the young lady who's behind, whose name is attached to the nonprofit that the city council approved to give $2,500 to, is either married to the mayor's son or they have kids together. I don't think that that was disclosed. That is doing business with the city. Michelle, scroll down for me. So as you can see, I'm not done. As you can see, keep going, Michelle. Okay. You can stop right there. Line item 5. Consideration and action on the adoption of resolution 2023-02 to authorize the city manager to forward a check not to exceed $2,500 to the Hampton Affordable Housing Initiative to hire legal counsel to form a nonprofit. As you all can see, it was adopted and approved unanimously. Keep scrolling down, Michelle. Okay, can you go back out? Hold on one second. Because I need to make this point.
But while you're looking for that,
Can you
at the time that was adopted, did you all know exactly what it was for? And
Can you make it bigger? So the mayor's, I don't know if it's her son's wife or if they are common law marriage, but I know they have children together. Ms. Shakia Osbia is the CEO, CFO, and secretary of the Hampton Affordable Housing Initiative. This is tied to city funds. They were given a check for $2,500. They never cashed it. I don't know why. But there's a resolution that Mayor Tarpley signed when the council approved this. Was that disclosed?
Fully disclosed. That's the reason you have this right here. Because guess what?
Who was it disclosed to?
It was disclosed to council when it came up for a
You were
vote.
on council.
When it came up for a vote and you raised your hand for it, it was disclosed.
I was
to
not
you.
on council then. I was not on the council in
When it
2023.
came before the council, it was fully disclosed that the Hampton Affordable Housing Initiative was looking for a $2,500 investment to create
Was
that
it-
nonprofit.
But was it disclosed that your
This
either
young lady is
daughter-in-law?
tied to your family. She is the mother of your grandchildren.
So let's make it plain and clear. The Hampton Affordable Housing Initiative is a affordable housing initiative
I understand
associated
that.
with
We
the
understand
housing
that.
Did you
authority.
disclose
But did you
that it was
disclose
your
that the
family
CEO and the secretary is
It-
your either daughter-in-law or your son's
But
child's
she's
mother?
tied to the housing authority that your sister, who
Is
you
also-
appointed the
It was,
board.
you see, the registered agent is the attorney.
I understand
Is
that, but the
attorney.
CEO, the
Is the attorney.
CFO, and the
Is
secretary,
Is the attorney.
But
your daughter-in-law is the CEO, CFO, and secretary. Anybody can be the registered agent.
Yeah, but
Mr. Duchesne could be a registered agent for me on my business. It's just a matter of putting a name. I'm not saying that it was illegally done because you cannot do it through the Secretary of State's website. No one's disputing the validity of the housing initiative, the housing authority nonprofit. The question is disclosure.
That's
You
right.
keep talking about disclosure.
We went through a full vote
Madam Mayor,
approve.
so why
the
didn't they cash the
Hampton
check?
Affordable Housing Initiative.
Why didn't they cash the
To
check?
give them $2,500.
Yes, we did. We
to
have a
form
resolution.
a
We have a
nonprofit.
We have a
We
resolution.
went
But
through
did
it.
you disclose that this
that
was your
that's your-
daughter-in-law who was behind it?
See, she wasn't my daughter-in-law. See
Okay,
that?
well,
Okay.
she's still, well, I'm sorry, because when I looked at all of Facebook,
But that wasn't my daughter, it was not my daughter-in-law.
it doesn't matter.
Thank you.
She's the mother of your son's children.
But
She's your
not
grandchildren's,
my-
mo-
not my
it
daughter-in-law.
doesn't matter.
Not my
She's family.
Okay.
She's family. She's
So
close
I have a
enough.
motion on the floor to deny Resolution 2646 by
And I
Councilmember
think it should be stricken because
Uh,
half of the motion or you've made, or one half of the checks.
Okay.
I wasn't even on council, but yet you're saying in my capacity as council,
You should have disclosed when you weren't on the council.
I should have disclosed.
I have a motion.
I should have, I coerced and I influenced and I broke my oath of office. How did I break my oath of office when I wasn't even in office?
Councilmember DeShane, we have a motion on the floor to deny Resolution 2646. All in favor?
You're not gonna give public comment?
Public comment? Yes, Mr.
Hummingbird
DeShane.
Flowers, 10 Northeast Main Street. I'm gonna call it like it is. You just trying to tarnish her name, tarnish my business name. She did not come to the city. The city came to us, okay? We had no flowers in the shop. She had to go out Monday, go to the vendor in the city to provide for the city, okay? She made a judgment call. And you right now, as the mayor, trying to tarnish her, my business name. And when you hear promoting a small black business, okay, you said it, it's on video. I'm not promoting a small black business. I'm providing a service to a community that I live in who wants it. You trying to tarnish my business and her reputation and her name. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Greer.
Yes, Dawn Greer. I hope we didn't pay by the word for these two resolutions. Resolutions 2026-46 and -47 for the next one are to initiate investigations into allegations of self-dealing and malfeasance of two council members who own businesses. These resolutions list these two and more charges, all serious. These charges are not to be considered lightly or with unchecked emotions. Questions that should be asked include: is it illegal or unethical for a council member who owns a business to sell their goods or services to the city? If that business does not solicit the sale of their goods or services to the city, but is instead asked by a duly authorized city employee to provide their goods or services, is that illegal or unethical? Does the city take bids for the purchase of flower arrangements and single event transportation? If a local business can provide goods or services at a competitive and fair price, shouldn't the city prioritize using it, even if owned by a council member? Please note that the city regularly encourages shopping local. In the May 2026 city newsletter, in the segment entitled "From the Mayor's Desk," we are urged to, quote, "Please continue to shop locally because our businesses need your support. As we often say, we want to help you thrive and not just survive," end quote. There's no mention there of the business owner status as an elected official. Has any other council member ever provided goods or services to the city through a business he or she owned? How much will these investigations cost? The last time there was an investigation into an alleged misconduct by a council member, it cost over $1,000. Nothing was found of substance that was done wrong, and a good council member was disparaged for nothing. Are these allegations made in response to other recent allegations of cashing mileage reimbursement checks for expenses that were not incurred? These resolutions should die a quick death. There is no place for retaliatory attacks on council members in a professional setting as such as the city of Hampton should be. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say, Madam Mayor, in 2022, you actually celebrated the celebration on for positive happenings. You celebrated it, and you say now you're saying you don't know. This is diabolical. This is why the trust has been taken away from you for the citizens. They don't trust you anymore. You can't be trusted. You continue to lie. You continue to lie, and now you want to put your stench on 2 council members that's fighting for the truth. You don't want to do it. You continue to lie, and you know it. You continue to lie, and you're going to continue to lie. This city will not get any better until you are removed from office. Till you are removed.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor for Resolution 2026-46. Ms. Cindy?
Cindy Hearn, 76 East Main Street. I just can't sit back there and not say this is absolutely the most ridiculous witch hunt I have ever in my life experienced. This is crazy. Tova came to her and asked her, would she help her, would she do the arrangements? At the last minute. I know I'm just repeating because Brian's already said it. And then, so she did 13 or 12, 13 arrangements. What she charged the city, I can guarantee you, did not even cover the cost of her flowers. It did not. I know. And this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to treat her. Y'all should be saying thank you, Pam. The reception was beautiful. You did such a good job. I mean, she made it very nice. What in the world are we doing? I am going to just be, I just can't believe anybody would side with what's going on right here. She did a dozen arrangements. Y'all should be saying thank you. Thank you, Pam, for making it beautiful.
They were beautiful. I took one home after the event. They were beautiful. But when you finish, Ms. Hearn, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. But I would like to say one thing, is that I thank you, Tova, for your initiative in being a good employee and taking the initiative to make something happen. That's what a good employee would do. I really feel bad for you right now because it's almost like you are being scolded for making a decision, and that's what I hope we pay you for, is to make decisions. I don't think you thought about, oh, I'm going to be called to the podium for making a decision that needed to be made. One question I do have is the scope of this investigation. Who will conduct it? How much will it cost? The items of the scope that I have read, I don't see any that I would say that Councilmember Duchesne is guilty of, from A to M. I really do think it's time that we start really working together for the betterment of this community. I mean, I know the citizens are tired because I'm tired of it. It is absolutely disgusting to sit up here and hear the allegations and the back and forth. I have to really let you all know that this is personal, but I really do want to do a great job for the citizens of the city. My goal and my focus is to bring good things to our city, to our citizens. I really don't want to get involved with a council member that offered a service. This is totally different from not following a state policy as it relates to per diem. I mean, she offered a service. She should be paid. I mean, unless you're doing things for free. If you are, but I'm just really ready for us to get on a better track. I don't have to be friends. I don't have to be buddies or anything like that. I'm just here to do a job. And That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks. I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember DeShane and a second by Councilmember White Williams to deny Resolution 2646. All in favor?
To deny?
To deny. All opposed?
I'm abstaining, I can't vote for myself.
All
It was
right.
self-dealing.
I have a 5-1. Agenda item L, consideration and action to approve Resolution 2026-47 to launch an investigation into the self-dealing and malfeasance of Councilmember Keisha White Williams, also sponsored by the mayor.
Are you gonna read it?
I am. A resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Hampton, Georgia, authorizing an investigation pursuant to section 2.15 of the city of Hampton charter into alleged conflict of interest, ethics violation, improper participation in city business, self-dealing, improper use of office, procurement irregularity, coercion, and malfeasance in office, authorizing the initiation of ethical procedures pursuant to Article 7 of the City of Hampton Code of Ordinance, directing the evaluation and pursuant of appropriate civil remedies, reserving the right to evaluate, please be quiet, to evaluate whether the alleged conduct constitute a violation of the council member's oath of office and related office, authorizing city officials to implement the resolution and other lawful purposes. Whereas the city of Hampton, Georgia, a municipal corporation duly organized and existing under the laws of the state of Georgia, and whereas the duly elected governing authority of the city is the mayor and city council thereof, and whereas the mayor and city council of the city of Hampton have the fiduciary obligation to protect the public trust, ensure compliance with the city charter, code of ordinance, laws of the state of Georgia, and safeguard the proper expenditure of public funds. And whereas Section 2-116 obligates the mayor as chief executive officer and general superintendent of the affairs of the city to see that the laws and ordinance are enforced and cause any officer to be prosecuted for neglect or violation of duties of immoral conduct. And whereas Section 2.15 of the city charter authorized the mayor and city council upon adoption of an authorizing resolution to make inquiries and investigations into the affairs of the city and the conduct of any department, office, agency, officer, employee, or official of the city. And whereas Section 214 of the city charter establishes standards governing conflict of interest, disclosure of financial interest, participating in matters involving financial interest, and malfeasance in office. And whereas Article 2, Division 8 of the Code of Ordinance established ethical obligations applicable to public servants include prohibition against using public office for private gains, conflict of interest, coercion, improper participation in matters involving financial interest, and failure of disclosure. And whereas information has been presented to the mayor alleging that that council member Keisha White Williams, a sitting elected official, may have owned, operated, managed, controlled, or possessed a financial interest in a private transportation business that received compensation in the amount of $2,710 on 2/21/25 and $3,380 on 3/8/24 from the city of Hampton. And whereas allegations have been made that such official recommended, directed, encouraged, influenced, and otherwise participated in the selection of the use of this business by the city of Hampton, and allegations have been made that such transaction may have occurred without disclosure of financial interest as required by the city charter and code of ordinance. And whereas allegations have been made that city funds may have been expended without compliance with applicable contracting, purchasing, authorization, disclosure, ethical procurement, and administrative requirement. And whereas the mayor and city council finds that a thorough investigation is necessary to determine the truth of such allegations and protect the integrity of municipal government. And whereas if substantiated, the submission of payments for service not properly disclosed may constitute violation of Georgia law, including self-dealings, embezzlement, breach of oath, and malfeasance in office. Whereas the mayor and city council finds that the alleged conduct is if sustained, may also constitute a violation of Article 7 of the City of Hampton Code of Ordinance, including without limitation Section 2-292, which prohibits using all public office for private gain, Section 2-295, which prohibits financial interests that conflict with a public servant's responsibility, Section 2-298, which prohibits public servants from using his or her position in any way to coerce or give the appearance of coercing a city employee or appointed official of the city or a contract employee to provide any benefits to him or her or to persons within him or her immediate family. Section 2-304, members of the city council shall disclose the nature of any interest or benefit he or she has at the time such matter is presented to the city council for disclosure or any action. Such disclosure shall be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and become part of the public records following any disclosure made pursuant to this code of ethics. The members shall not participate in any ex parte communication with other members regarding the matters at hand and other applicable provisions of the City of Code ethics. And whereas the mayor and city council further finds that the alleged conduct is substantiated, may be inconsistent with the oath of office taken by Councilmember Keisha White Williams with the fiduciary duties owed to the city of Hampton, citizens of the city of Hampton. Whereas the mayor, the city council desire to protect the integrity of the public funds, preserve public confidence in municipal government, and ensure that all appropriate criminal, civil, administrative, and ethical remedies are considered and pursued as warranted by the facts of the applicable laws. And whereas the mayor and city council acknowledge that no final determination has been made regarding whether any criminal, civil, or ethical violation has occurred, and that any person accused of wrongdoing is entitled to procedural protection and due process afforded the law. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and city council of the city of Hampton that the scope of this investigation shall include but not be limited to determining whether any person engaged in conduct constituting a conflict of interest, failure to disclose the direct or indirect financial interest as required by the city charter or code of ordinance, participated in, influenced, recommended, directed, negotiated, authorized, or otherwise facilitated any transaction in which that person had a financial interest, and used public office for private gain, engaged in self-dealings or conduct creating the appearance of self-dealings, improperly influenced, directed pressure, or attempted to coerce any city employee, department head, appointed official, contract employee, city manager, and or other representatives of the cities, violated Section 2.14 of the city charter, violated any provision of the city ethics code, violated purchasing, procurement, contracting, bidding, authorization, and accounting, financial control, and expenditure requirements, violated Section 2-30 of the city charter concerning interference with administration, concealed a financial interest or violation of conflict of interest provision of the city charter, engaged in conduct constituting malfeasance in office, caused the city to enter into any transaction or arrangement that may be avoidable under the city charter. Records to be reviewed, all relevant invoices, payment records, purchase order, contracts, travel authority, financial records, email communication, ethical disclosure, council minutes, city manager records, procurement records, and other documents relevant to the investigation. Section 1, or actually Section 2, demand for reimbursement and recovery. The city manager is in coordination with the finance department is hereby directed to issue a written demand to Councilmember White Williams requesting reimbursement to the city of Hampton in the aggregate amount of $2,710 for invoice 46 and $3,380 for invoice 001. Together with an additional amount determined to be owed within 5 business days following receipt of such demand. In the event reimbursement is not made within the period specified herein, or if additional public funds are determined to have been improperly obtained, the city manager is in consultation with the city attorney shall pursue all available civil remedies, including without limitation actions for restitution, unjust enrichment, money had and received, conversions, and other claims against authorized by Georgia law. Ethics complaints pursuant to Section 2-307, 2-309, and 2-310 of the City Code of Ordinance, the City Council hereby encourages and authorizes any member of the City Council or any citizen of the city to file a written complaint with the city clerk alleging such violations of the City Code of Ethics as may be supported by the facts and applicable laws. Upon receipt of any such complaint, the clerk shall process the complaint in accordance to Section 3-09. No final adjudication, nothing in the resolution shall be construed as a final finding or adjudication that Councilmember White Williams committed any crime, civil, ethical violation. This resolution is intended solely to authorize referral, investigation, recovery of public funds, and the evaluation and pursuant lawful remedies. Authorization to implement the mayor, city manager, city clerk, city attorney, and all other appropriate city officials are hereby authorized and directed to take such actions and execute such document as may be necessary or desirable to carry out the intention and purpose of this resolution. This is a public record. The clerk shall maintain this resolution as an official public record of the city and shall incorporate into the official minutes of the city council meeting at which it is adopted. There is a repeal of all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict with this resolution as hereby repealed in the extent. The effective date is today's date if this item is approved. I have resolution 2026-47 to launch an investigation into the self-dealings and malfeasance of Councilmember Keisha White Williams. Do I have a motion to approve or to deny?
I make a motion to deny.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember White Williams to deny.
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember DeShane. Any discussion from the council?
Yes.
Councilmember White Williams?
So once again, I'm going to go back to the section in the resolution, section on page 253 for the council. Section 2-304, member of the city council shall disclose the nature of any interest or benefit he or she may have at the time such a matter is presented to the council for discussion and or action. Once again, I do not recall the council taking a vote. This never came up to council for discussion or adoption. My question is, I want to ask the city manager, our current procurement policy, who's responsible for procurement?
Under our current policy?
Yes.
Ultimately, it's the city manager.
Okay. Who is responsible for going out to get quotes under that policy?
It would depend on the department, but it would be the department head that is doing that.
Okay.
For like public works or water treatment, it would be the user department.
Okay. So you were here when we went to Washington, D.C. in March.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have to do any type of procurement for that trip? Clerk Michelle, too, I'm going to, since you booked, did everything. Did you have to go out and procure any type of services or hotel stays or anything like that, transportation needs, whatever? No? Okay. So this did not come before council in 2024, nor did it come before council in 2025. Why? Because it was a budgeted item. It's part of our training and travel budget that was approved. I really believe that I'm gonna agree with Mr. Cleveland. The mayor's trying to put her stink on Pam and I, Councilwoman Duchenne and I. And not just us, but our spouses. My husband, who's standing in the back. You took a service from us. And as a matter of fact, I received a copy of the quotes that Ms. Carmen Blunt procured when she was booking the trip. One vendor, just for travel from Reagan National Airport to our hotel, which wasn't even a 10-minute ride, for a 24 passenger bus. One trip was $1,400. That's when we got there. To take us back to the airport to come back to Atlanta was another $1,300. That was $2,700. That's just DC travel. My husband's company billed the city for travel services, transportation needs. here in Atlanta. We used his services, the city used his services to take us to the airport in Atlanta. When we came back, they picked us up. Total cost, and what he was able to work out with not the same transportation company in DC, but a different company. Entire trip, $2,700. That included ground transportation here in Atlanta and ground transportation in DC. Second year, 2025, he did the same thing. The first year, he was not, because the city was not sure if they were going to use him again, he did not have to complete a vendor form in 2024. 2025, the finance department asked him to complete a vendor form. And on that vendor form, the question clearly states, are you an employee or do you have a family member who is an employee of the city of Hampton? And on that form, my husband stated yes. He put Keisha White Williams, councilwoman. If that's not disclosure, I don't know what is. It did not come to council for a vote. We've never voted. Do you guys recall voting to go to DC in March? No. Exactly. We've never had to vote on any type of services that we used for something that was already budgeted. Because lately, the mayor's getting on everybody about, well, is it budgeted? Who's gonna pay for it? Where is it gonna come from? And we all know Mr. Cohilas' mindset was, well, it's in the budget. I don't need to bring it back to council. They've already given me approval. So you're trying to say that I coerced? Who did I coerce? Once again, is the city in the business of using a local business? And then once you're angry with the person, the business owner or someone connected to it, now you want the money back? Are you gonna give us our trip back? Are you gonna reimburse us for the travel, for the time my husband spent to coordinate everything? Michelle, can you open that folder and PL? And you should see some JPEG files or PNG files. Click on any one of them. Can you make it big? As big as you can. Okay. So this is a picture that we all took after we were dropped off at the airport. Who took the picture? My husband. Mayor Tarpley, that day we had a Sprinter bus and we had a limousine, an SUV limousine. Who rode in the car with my husband? Mayor Tarpley.
Not me.
Not Councilwoman Duchenne.
I was the redhead, freckle-faced
But
stepchild.
Mayor Tarpley, Sheila Barlow, and I rode in the car with my husband. Michelle, go to the next picture. Zoom in, please. So this is us getting on the Sprinter bus as we're headed back to Atlanta from DC. Whose face do you see in the picture? It's not mine. It's Mayor Tarpley's. So it's not like we took a check or my husband company took a check and then delivered the service. As a matter of fact, the service was so good, they decided to book us for 2025. And let me go back to 2024. Michelle, is there a file in here that says Cohilas? A Cohilas? Mr. Alex Cohilas booked a personal trip with my husband, June 2024. He knew it was my husband. We didn't ask for any special favors. He provided a quote, he provided a reservation agreement. We just happened to be the lowest bid. Now, if the city didn't want to do business with us, Alex knew who my husband was. Everybody knows we're probably the only limousine company in Hampton. You can't miss our black trucks. We have our names all over it. We have limo tags on the back. We have a limo license plate on the front. So there's no question about whose business it was. Did you see? Okay, that's fine. But, you know, for Mayor Tarpley to want to come back 2 years later, 2024, 2020, 1 to 2 years later, to ask for the money back is an insult. Just a few weeks ago, she was advocating for the DDA to give a $15,000 loan to a business owner who closed their doors 30 days later. So she can advocate for a business on Main Street, but she wants to take Hummingbird Flowers and drag them over the coals for $225. She can advocate for $15,000 for a business who already had some other dealings that, you know, I would probably have never, I'm not gonna say that. But the simple fact is that Mayor Tarpley is saying Hampton is not small business friendly. Why would anyone want to open up their shop here? Because if you get on the wrong or her bad side, you're a target, regardless of who you are. Councilwoman Dushin and I just happen to be council members that exposed the mayor for cashing 2 mileage checks that she was not entitled to. Theft of money is different from providing a service. We were paid because we provided a service. If it was a conflict of interest in 2024, why would they use us again in 2025?
All right.
No, I'm not done yet. I want you to answer the question. If it was a conflict of interest in 2024, it was never brought up to council for a vote.
So,
Why would you
Councilwoman
use us
White-Williams,
in 2025?
what you don't know is that in 2024, when I arrived at City Hall and realized that it was your company. that
You
was
got
one
in
of the
both
people-
times. You didn't say, I'm gonna decline the
Wait a minute.
ride.
2024. Myself and the then city manager had a full-fledged conversation.
Well, you gotta
And-
take that
and
up
the
with
con-
him.
And the conversation went like this. Councilmember White-Williams just got on the council. She does not know and realize that.
He procured it.
Listen, according to him, you approached them
I did
about
not.
using your service.
I did not.
So, I said, she does not know that she is new to the council. We are not supposed to be using our own businesses. We're not
But
supposed
you
to do
did it
that.
2 years in a row.
So I did not know you guys used you last year because I did not go
I
with
know you did.
guys.
I know you didn't go.
I did not go.
I know you didn't go.
I
And my
only
husband
knew-
sent condolences
Yes,
through
I
Carmen
only
for
knew
you.
that this was still going on this year when I got a phone call saying that you called and asked if we were going to use your services again this year. And I said, I thought I already said we're not supposed to do that.
So-
that is the concern.
So you knew it in
We are not
2024.
supposed to be self-indulging.
Alex Cohilis rode in the vehicle with us in 2024 and 2025.
I just told you that. I just told you
Yeah,
that.
but if you guys had this conversation in 2024, why would he sign the checks again in 2025? He could have just went with a different business. He procured it. I'm not the procurement officer. That's not my job. If he didn't have a problem with, if he had a problem with it in 2024, then 2025 was a setup for me.
Well, according to Mr. Cohilas, you told him about your business. He didn't know about your business in 2024. You told him about
Madam
your
Mayor.
business and
Madam Mayor,
asked about
let me say
using your
this.
service.
I did not ask him to use our services, and I did not approach him. Everybody knew my husband, we have a limo business. That's the only car he drives.
I did not know that, Keisha, in
Madam
2024.
Madam Mayor,
I did not know
Madam
that.
Mayor, my husband has came to your mother's house when you were still living there to drop something off in his vehicle. You didn't know. Everybody knows. So for you to say you didn't know, but guess what? When you got in the car, you didn't say, oh, Keisha, I didn't know this was your husband. You knew it was him because my whole family sat right here while I was sworn in, held the Bible for me while I had my hand up in the air and my other hand on the Bible. You knew it was him. Our cars have our decals all over it. You knew. There's no, I didn't know. You knew.
Oh, no. See, in 2024, when you,
So why did he
came
use us
to-
again in 2025?
I don't know why he used.
Then you're gonna have to
I know
take that out of
I was
Alex.
not a part of your 2025
How was-
trip.
how was
And
pers-
I had-
how was the
I'm
limo
talking-
service even
I'm sorry,
propo-
but,
selected?
I'm simply just saying that the self-dealings and the council needs to not participate in
Okay,
such.
well, Madam Mayor.
You're just trying to stop us from doing business with the city, that's all.
And I'll be honest with you.
Are you supposed to be as a
I'll be-
council? Is
be-
it okay? Just the council need to just tell me if they okay with us doing business.
Has no one on the council ever done
I'm
business with the city?
We can squash all of this.
You said it's
If
in the charter.
If the council is okay.
You said
we
it's
don't-
in the
we're
charter
not-
that we can't do it. So even if the council says, okay, we can't change what's in the charter
Well,
tonight.
if they're not willing to enforce what's in the charter.
You can't break the charter. You cannot not enforce the charter. That's our governing
is it in the
rule.
charter? Please show it to
So
me.
if there is an investigation launch, we can investigate the charter and see what the charter
Madam Mayor,
says
you're contradicting
and bring all
yourself.
of the
You
information
said
to-
that it was in the charter.
It is in the charter.
But now you're saying, why would we need to investigate what's already in the charter if it's in the charter? Why would the council knowingly break the charter? Councilwoman Dushen asked you to pull it up. It's not up yet because it's not there. It says we have to disclose if it comes to the council for a vote. It did not come to
That's
council.
your interpretation.
Madam Mayor,
That
it's
is
in
your-
the
that's
resolution. You
your
wrote the
interpretation.
resolution. Section 2-304, member of council shall disclose the nature of any interest or benefit he or she has at the time such matter is presented to the council for discussion and or action.
Yeah, but
who wrote the resolution for you?
The council does not, the council member is not just disclosing when you come to a council meeting. You're disclosing when you're
At
doing
the time
business
and action,
with the city.
Madam Mayor,
If
it
you
says
guys
at the
want to
time
do-
of discussion or action. The council, I can't have a council meeting at Pam's house with just her and I. That's not a council meeting. That's a discussion. Who was I, we were, the two of us supposed to come and knock on each one of your doors and say, hey, we need a special call meeting for flowers. Hey, we need a special call meeting for transportation. That was all, Coheles's words, already approved in the budget. We needed to have, and speaking of which, the email correspondence started with Carmen in February 2024. That was for 2024. 2025, I believe it started in February as well. Mr. Coheles had 2 meetings, because we went to DC in March. He had 2 meetings where he could have brought this to council, and he did not.
It's not
He had
up
the-
to Cohelus to disclose your dealings with the city. It's
But you
your
s- you s-
responsibility.
It was
It's the
disclosed in the
responsibility.
First of all, who is the limo?
supposed to
Who
like-
is the limo service registered to?
Exactly.
Is it you, Keisha, or is it your husband?
It's in the business name.
It doesn't matter. The business belongs to you and your husband. and
My
you
name,
are
no,
directly-
you just said this young lady was not your daughter-in-law at the time, but, you're making an exception for her. You said the registered agent. My name that's my husband.
Exactly.
I have a
So there's
business, I have a
there's
business,
benefit
I have
and
a
the-
business
And the
too.
charter defines family as husband.
The charter also defines family as immediate family members, husband, sibling, children, parents.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
Okay, so Cohelus knew it was my husband. On the vendor form, my husband disclosed Keisha White Williams, councilwoman. On the vendor form. That's not hiding. He told you guys who I was. He gave you my title. How is that not disclosing? If it's written and it's on file, it was in the open records request that I received from the
Councilmember
clerk.
White Williams.
So
You
first
got a
of all,
motion on the floor to deny resolution 2026-47 because it is in your opinion that it is okay for council members to, if they are a small business in the city of Hampton to do business with the city of Hampton. You have a motion to deny. Councilmember DeShane has seconded. We don't have to argue about this anymore.
You have
We
you have
can
discussion.
move
You have
forward.
public comment.
Public comments? Dawn?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, somebody was talking. Pardon me. Thank you. Just reading off of legalclarity.org, just something to keep in mind, because this is a lot to listen to, and it's a real shame and a little bit embarrassing to hear it. I'm sorry for the two of y'all to have to go through this again. But in the official code of the state of Georgia, 16-10-20 makes it a crime to knowingly submit false information in any matter within the jurisdiction of a state, county, or city government agency. Unlike the misdemeanor false report statute, this offense carries a prison sentence of 1 to 5 years and a fine of up to $1,000. The scope is broader, covering false documents and concealments of facts, not just verbal reports. If your false crime report involves written statements, affidavits, or paperwork filed with a government body, this felony level statute can come into play. Beyond criminal penalties, the person falsely accused can sue you. Georgia recognizes both libel and slander, and falsely accusing someone of a crime falls into a special category where the victim doesn't need to prove they've suffered specific financial losses. Again, I'll ask y'all to just deal with this quickly, be done with it. Stop trying to do payback on one another. If somebody did something wrong, please just own it and just get over it and just, let's get back to business. Thank you.
Mr. Darrow?
Oh, you know his first name, huh?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, so I want to be very clear about the entire process that happened. First, obviously that is my wife, if no one knew. She does not have anything to do with the business. She's a partner, she's a wife of mine, so she's obviously going to speak about what I do. The same thing that if I have a client in my vehicle and they're talking about real estate, anything like that, my wife happens to be a realtor. So naturally, right, I say, hey, if you guys need any real estate, please use my wife. I was approached to give a quote from the city of Hampton to the airport. I also then said, hey, because I do it worldwide, I can also go ahead and set up transportation from DC's airport to the hotel, wherever you guys need to go. Prepared everything. Everything was done via City of Hampton email or my corporate email. Did you pull any of those records at all?
No.
I haven't.
This is supposed to launch an investigation.
But you didn't do anything yourself?
No, I
Okay.
haven't, no.
All that information is right there. Everything was documented via official channels. Nothing was sideways, nothing was done illegally. I was told, I sent my quote in, she received it, she said, okay, let me go receive other quotes because I need to get additional
Can you identify
prices.
who she is?
Oh, sorry, Carmen Blunt, who I believe at the bottom of the email, it says executive assistant maybe to the city manager?
Yes.
Yeah. So she said, give me a few, let me go get additional quotes from other companies. I will follow up with you. A couple of days later, maybe a week or so later, she came back. She said, hey, we're going to go ahead and move forward with your service, which I said, okay. I sent the invoice. She needed to make some changes. We updated it, finalized it. She sent the check, who I believe the check was signed by,
Mr. Cohilas.
who was the city manager, right? It was then cashed and put into my company, who I then was able to pay the company in DC that you guys used. And the same process happened in 24, same process happened in 25. What bothers me, and I'm being very, very calm because the anger that's inside of me is not how I feel right now. The way I'm talking, I'm very reserved, but believe me, when I hear things about this, because I work so hard to push my company to be the top of the level. I'm already African American, right? So I already fight against so much to get my business to the top of the level. So when you have things like this, being coerced and being embezzlement and And it's nonsense that has been stated that none of it is true. And you didn't simply even do your own homework to find out what's true and what's not. And it's just mind-boggling that that wasn't done on your end. It just blows my mind completely. So the service was completed. I was able to pay in June, I believe, in June, July. The city manager reached out and said, "Hey, I need to book a private service." Service was done. Service was completed. 2025 again, we booked again. We did everything the same process. It was so good that you guys took a picture, right? You remember that picture that was with it? I was so proud of that picture. I put it on my website. It was on my website for almost a year and a half, because I was proud, because as a citizen, I was able to help my city do something that, was asked of me, was asked of my company. I was overjoyed to assist my city. And now 2 years later, they're coming back saying, "Hey, let's launch an investigation
And
so we
ask
can
for
get
the
our
money
money back." Which is it just blows my mind. And then my last thing before I sit down, 2024, you said when you got in the car and you saw me, that you and Mr. Alex, the city manager, had a conversation, which this conversation said, "Oh, I didn't know that this business was theirs," right? So immediately, when you got back from DC, the conversation should have been had. Because you gotta remember, she was, 2 months in as a councilwoman? The conversation should have been had then. "Hey guys, I appreciate you so much, but going forward, this is the process of how we do things."
Mr. Williams, your time is up.
Thank you, that's all I gotta say. Like I said, again, my passion is way worse than what I feel, but I hope I was able to explain everything completely. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Mr.
I
Duchesne?
know I'm here a lot.
No, you're
My
fine.
turn is coming.
You're fine.
So I'll just read my defense. Is the intentional commission of a wrongful, unlawful, or legal unjustified act, usually by a public official or a person in position or authority. It's always involved deliberate, dishonest, the knowing abuse of power, purposefully misconduct, and is distant from making an honest mistake. Councilwoman White didn't make a mistake. Everything was disclosed. Husband, she was a council member, he said it. When Pamela Duchesne is registering, she registered her business, her home. I think she have to put her finance on there. And I'm very secretive. I say, look, my finance don't need to be in the city. I have to disclose it anyway. So please, Madam Mayor, let's stop this. Please.
I would agree.
Let's take a vote.
Thank you.
I would totally agree. I have a denial for resolution
You got one more
2026. Mr. Cleveland?
Madam Mayor, why did you wait 2 years to come and ask them to give the money back?
So I'm gonna say this again. I didn't realize that the services were still being provided until this year, when I was approached that Councilmember White Williams wanted us to use her service again. Said that she reached out to the city and said that we had done it in the past, and were we going to use her service again this year? I then said, whoa, wait a minute, hold on.
Why didn't you approach me then?
It was at that point in time that I said, let me just see what is happening here, because Alex and I had already had the conversation.
Alex wasn't here in March.
2024, we had already had the conversation in 2024 that he was, in my opinion, he knew. So he was supposed to say, hey, Keisha, in the future, we need to do this, we need to do that. I didn't go in 2025, so I wasn't aware, I didn't know how y'all got to where y'all was going.
No, you didn't go in 2025, but you came up here when we left.
No, I did not.
You were here in the parking lot
No,
when
I
we
did
left.
not. My husband passed in 2025.
I know
was
he
not here
passed.
at all. I was not here at all.
May I say something?
Let's
that-
just
can I
get
say-
the vote.
Can I say something? And you should, hopefully should be the last comment. I came in here with an open mind to see what's going on. And to my understanding now, the only thing I do care about, if my councilman approach someone and it appeared that I have not done so. So to me, she have not violated any policy at that time. If she did, then a different story, but she have not done so. It was approached, they approached her, and it's very hard for me to, there's no violation, I don't see no violation there.
Okay, so I have a resolution, I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember White Williams and a second by Councilmember DeShane to deny Resolution 2026-47. All in favor? All opposed?
I'm abstaining because I wasn't here in 24, 23, 25.
All in favor?
Can't abstain.
All opposed?
All in favor to deny?
That's right.
Yes, to deny.
I'm gonna abstain.
All right, I have a 4 and 1 extension. Moving on to agenda item M, consideration and approval of resolution 2026, adopting an outdated procurement policy. I need a motion to approve or to deny.
Michelle, do we have a hard copy of the procurement policy?
Madam Mayor,
Okay.
Yes, Marty.
if I may, I know it's somewhat urgent that we approve this policy to get balls rolling in certain areas from what I've heard earlier this evening. We've only had a short period of time to review the policy, and I honestly think it would be helpful for the department heads who are going to be using and applying this policy to have maybe a week or so to review it and make comments and suggestions, if that would work with the council, because I'm not gonna use the policy myself, but I know department heads will, and there may be things in there that they see that I would not see. And it's gone from 40 pages to 50 pages, and there have been some changes, and there's a lot of new verbiage. And I just think for the department heads to have an opportunity to take a look at it would be good common sense.
You have a motion
All
on the
right.
floor to.
I move that we allow the department heads time to review the policy and make comments and suggestions.
I second it.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Meeks and a second by Councilmember Mitchell to give staff an opportunity to review the procurement policy, make suggestions, and bring it back into the council next month.
I have a question.
Yes.
Marty, are you wanting a special call meeting to vote on this or do it?
We can, I mean, we don't have to have a special call meeting, but I'm just thinking if we want to do it next month, like the mayor just said, unless there's some, as the city manager referenced earlier,
Well, I
unless
thought the
there's some
mayor was-
urgency that.
I thought the mayor was asking about some stuff to get done that he said was waiting on the policy.
Yeah, well, we've already got in my opinion, we've already got a purchasing policy that can be applied to those situations.
Mr. Baker, did you get any input from the department heads on the policy?
I have not had an opportunity. You received it as soon as I received it.
Okay.
I'm totally in agreement with you,
Thank you,
Councilman.
sir.
And if that's okay, and we can do that to maybe expedite it, perhaps there's some other issues that are maybe pending as well that we could bring for a special council meeting. That would be
Thank you, sir.
in concert, same time.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Meeks to allow the department heads opportunity to review the the procurement policy prior to accepting or adopting Resolution 2648. Now that I am looking at this, this is a procurement policy, and we have an ordinance for procurement. This should be an ordinance and not a procurement. I mean, not a resolution, I'm sorry.
It follows along, it's a policy that changes it, so it follows the procurement ordinance, but it is a policy for the handbook.
So it's supposed to be an ordinance? It's supposed to
Typically,
be
it's
an
a
ordinance?
We can do an ordinance if that pleases the mayor and council.
Yeah, because that's how our procurement policy has been, it's been an ordinance, not a resolution.
Then we'll do an ordinance.
Okay, so,
All right, then if we're gonna make this an ordinance, I'll
Yeah.
rescind my motion and move that we,
do we have an ordinance number, Michelle, that we can give it at this time? What's the last one that's on here? Ordinance 2026-13, can we do 2026-14?
I move that we approve the first reading of ordinance 202614.
Second.
Point of order. You have to, make a motion and a second to rescind the order.
Yes, yeah.
I rescind my
The
motion.
original, yeah,
Yeah.
he did. Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to approve ordinance number 2026-14. This is the first read. This should give everybody opportunity to look through this procurement policy and be ready for the second read. Motion by Councilmember Meeks, second by Councilmember Williams. All in favor? All opposed? I have a 6-0.
No, happy weekend.
We don't need an executive session. Positive happenings. We're gonna start with Councilmember Brooks.
Okay, I would like to thank all who came out to support the mental health walk. It was really great. Had great support from our police. It was much better than I thought it would be. We had good energy. It was fun. A lot of good speakers came out to speak about mental health. So I'm really looking forward to the next year. Hopefully, we'll get support from the city. I realize that there were no funds budgeted, but through people pitching in, everything went accordingly. I mean, you know, it was just great. So I'm looking forward to next year. Maybe at some point, we can get some funds budgeted, Mr. Mitchell. You know I had to get you right. Yeah, but it was really great. That is my positive happening.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks.
It will be a very positive happening if this is the end of the bickering. Thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell.
More than Meeks take my thunder from me, but it's okay. What is great up in Hampton is that our water in the park is up and kids is enjoying it. And soon to be the basketball court and to be put in place.
Councilmember White Williams.
Good night.
Councilmember Duchesne.
Life is beautiful, and we're gonna get it together.
Councilmember Cheney.
Tomorrow, we're gonna be at the library, touch a truck, and hopefully we'll see our police department and some other public works and what have you. And, you know, I just want all this to be over with, and may the Lord be with us and keep us
City
safe.
Manager Baker.
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking forward to the Juneteenth celebration and the 250th 4th of July. Please come out. It's going to be great, and we look forward to seeing you all out there.
And that is the conclusion of positive happening. I ditto everything that everyone said. I hope that everyone have a wonderful night. I need a motion to adjourn.
Made a motion to adjourn.
I have a motion by Councilmember Mitchell and a second by Councilmember Duchesne. Duchesne. All in favor?
Aye.
I have a 6-0.
Very good.